mission was a success! Heal, no kill! I hear you, and I know who you are. There are many powers, many forces still at work in this realm. Very basic, very simple, very boring. I can taste it in my nostrils.
You guys know what I mean, but I could definitely see the similarities, which I just found really, really interesting. So just like a quick little summary of American Horror Story first series. I'm not going to give any spoilers, don't worry, but it basically is a family moves into a house that has a very long history of murders that happen in that house, and there's like very weird, strange things that happen in that house. And then the family move in, and you can imagine the murder house, the haunted house, strange, weird things. And yeah, that's pretty much very, very good about series. So I and his three children, Julie, aged 20, Joel, aged 13, and Georgie, aged 7. He returned home and Olivia, the wife, was just cooking dinner. She was
Crude but effective. A lot like Nikolai, really.
Nothing strange. The children later on in the evening went to bed and they were shortly followed by Harold and Lydia. So Harold didn't make them
The hunt is on!
He went to sleep and he woke up around 4:30 a.m. Sorry, I've got to brace myself for this. Got up and went and got a hammer. Yeah, randomly, 4:30 in the morning, he got up and he went and got a hammer. I'm thinking possible, I think I'll call it. Harold returned to the bedroom with the hammer. He stood over his sleeping wife, struck the hammer down on her head just once. It was so much force that that one blow was enough to kill Lydia. She was actually knocked unconscious, so the initial blow didn't
The blood sacrifices will now resume.
He just left her there. I think he thought that he killed her straight away. He just left her in the bed, laying face down, where he walked into his ensuite, and he walked from the ensuite straight into his eldest daughter's bedroom, which was Julie. She was facing her mother. He struck her in the exact same place. But unlike Lydia, this one blow didn't knock her unconscious. It didn't kill her. She woke up and she screamed bloody murder. She screamed the house down. She screamed over the house and the both of them, and she also woke up the neighbours who was surrounding her. That's how loud she was screaming. Like every bizarre way, like it now, afterwards, she was just screaming, having very calmly, very calmly said, quote, and somehow, I don't know how, but somehow she was like in the market, and she fled from the house, and she
That one hurt! I know how it feels to be punched in the face. I've had a lot of experience.
Bear in mind, at this point, Julie had been struck multiple times with a hammer. She was bleeding profusely. I cannot even imagine what was going through that anger while she was in bed. I can't even imagine what we were thinking. Meanwhile, back at the Harrelson household, the two younger siblings are still in the house, and they had been waking up by Julie screaming, and they went to investigate, and they didn't find them. And Julie said to them, very calmly again, you seemed very calm throughout this whole process. He said to them, quote, go back to bed. This is a man. Obviously the children didn't believe him because they were awake. And at this point, like, he's just told his children to go back to bed. I don't know if Harold was planning to kill his entire family at this point. I don't know if he was obviously aware of what's going on. He said, like, go back to bed. This is my bed.
I'm a doctor. I recommend you take a nice long lie down in the filthy! I must cleanse myself! It's so brave to walk over to the Harrelson household. I don't know if Judy had told him about her number two siblings, to get them out, house them, but he was very brave and went over to the Harrelson household, where he was confronted face to face with Harold. I couldn't imagine being that martial artist. Judy couldn't influence and has probably told him that her father has probably killed her. Also telling him about her mother because before she fled the house, she had run into her mother, probably because
Help give me the strength to carry on.
So can you imagine what that was like?
Give me the strength to do what must be done.
And still has the hammer in his hand. He's a very brave man. And again, Harold
Any doctor knows a drink now and then is good for you.
said to the neighbor, "Wait, go home and don't bother me." Like there was just like some kind of little dispute going on between neighbors. Again, I just kind of want to like pause for a second and just I don't know, just process what the hell is going on with a lot of happening right now. I just don't understand the way we react to just the
The brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill. Rules all the time. The no touching one still stands, however. I believe this weapon shall enact the kind of firepower I prefer.
And it's basically just like a syndicate. It was like very easily available. But because it's so dangerous, i.e. the name Death in a Bottle, yeah, it's not a good. So if you haven't guessed, Harold is trying to commit suicide. Again, Mitchell horribly was the hero. However, he just wanted to make sure that he really wasn't going to wake up in two monitors any chances, as well as the nephew told him also the story of first round pills, thought to be Cody, and then from his ensuite he walked back to his bed.
Such weapons are mere sticks and stones when compared to Group 935's superior technology. I have far more important things to replace, like the universe. You will pay the price for your insolence. We all will. Be it to invite your own doom. I know my future. You barely feature. 999! Emergency! Much like the box, machines appear to follow us wherever we go. They did find a copy of Dante's The Divine Comedy on The hounds will not have my flesh. I am not your prey. Here we go again. Again!
14,000 line period. It describes a man's
Good things come to those who wait. And I have waited longer than anyone.
The book was open to a particular passage, and I don't know this passage but I wish it was so it said, "Drove midway upon the journey of our life, I found myself within the dark forest, a straightforward path and deep forest." I don't know if this passage has
This is how it always ends for your kind. Find myself in an advantageous position, but the back is down. Is this coming for you? Once again!
murder suicide. But that's just like, this from Hawaii was born on the 1st of February 1929. He was an Aquarian and he was born in New York. His parents were separated between New York, Philadelphia. They were both from New York, Chicago, Georgia. He went on to attend medical school and after he graduated, he became a doctor. He did move to California just because it was easier for him to get a job in California than it was in New York. And when he was in California, he did land a job at an Inglewood physician's office. And while he was there, he published several papers on neurology. And later on, he became a
This will not end well for most of them.
also met his wife in the end, and obviously had 3 children, but there wasn't really much relation with the neck, or anything like that. But he was very respected in his field, and all of this respect to his success a lot of money. However, they found this requirement of not fully California. That was for the community over there. Forestburg, which would be $5 million, which is like a lot of money. It had 12 rooms, it had national news,
Simple. When you need one. Let's see. I actually got a lot of. I just can't get to it right now.
I don't know if that was in my mind, but that's what it was then. And we have a little glass bottle that has a seal over it, and it hasn't given the injection. Just the needle through that seal to pull the liquid out to give the injection. Well, that's basically what Harold had invented. He filed a patent for it in 1938. It took him a total of 11 years to develop this product. After the 11 years of development, he entered into a verbal agreement with someone called Edward Schuster, and he was going to be like the business side of the agreement. He was going to market the business side of Harold.
Leave me alone! I was looking for something. Much to do. You're merely inconvenient. Someone up there likes me.
Which was less than the money Harold had invested. The product, so he was still making a loss. So at this point, the Carlson's financial situation wasn't the best. So 3 years after Harold got screwed over by Edward, Judy, which was the eldest daughter, she got into a car accident. And she took into a car where she was in the car, and all 3 children were injured in this accident. Now, the other driver of the car was not, but she was absolutely none of this, and he ended up taking the other driver to jail for like I said, financial situation of the Carlson family was the best, and clearly evidence after this accident. I feel like
I really hope I get to stop. Or the killing. It's the maiming. No, I'm just
also, just before the 6th of December, which was the day that the murder and attempted murder still take place, his daughter Judy had looked into her aunt and said, quote, "My family are on the merry-go-round again. Same problems, same worries, safe to say
If only I had known how big they would grow. See remains much to be done. Our journey is far from over. There are few things more useful to us than powerful weapons. This we never forget.
If there is a risk that this image will be what happens, let's go back.
A surgeon. Not a carpenter! Leave me alone! Greed often encourages mighty risks. It's a bad trait. I have so much to do. Why do I waste my time with such inconsequential efforts? Filthy! Cleanse myself!
And I think what happened after the crime is a much more analysis of the consumer. So since being gathered, the three children have never been perfect. So that they can change their name out the area. In 1960, the house in Austerlitz did go on the market and it was sold at auction to a couple named Emily and Julian Enriquez. But bizarrely, only more than they didn't do anything to the house. They never changed it, they never renovated it, they never decorated it. So I don't know why they did with this house.
Break them! Arms! Faces! Hey, time to break everything, I suppose! I refuse to submit!
And there was this woman that did want to go explore the house and she'd open the door, the security system, and immediately went off. But at the same time, wait, this is so weird. At the same time as she opened the door and the alarm system went off, she got bit by a black widow spider. But not only that, when she returned home, her own security system just kept randomly going off. In the middle of Halloween, she found that the ghosts of the house in
Remember, Edward, tell them later. Not now. Tell them later. Not Remember, Edward, tell them later. Not now. Tell them later. Not now.
Renovating this house, and they kept the house up for sale again. No one seems to want to move into this house, and I don't find that a coincidence. And interestingly, the house was sold in October 2020. We'll see if anybody comes in now. I can't imagine they will. Now, it just seems to me that the ghosts and the spirits of the Lost Police house are trying to stop anyone from moving in, from trespassing. It just seems very weird, doesn't it? And if you watched American Horror Story Season 1, spoilers here, so yeah, don't want to spoil anything. If you watch that first series, you know that that is basically how the series ends. All the ghosts. Hey everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Welcome to another true crime.
1986 in the small town of Cheryl, New York. He was born to parents Susan and Richard Markoff, and he had an older brother named Jonathan. His parents did divorce when he was because his two brothers were actually split up. Philip stayed and was taken off, but he was able to leave that, so they were split up. But other than this, so they were and looking back on how hard it was, he seems pretty normal, but he's out of the ordinary. And a lot of times in these cases, you look back at the childhood and that has been sent from a abuse by people that knew him I kept seeing him as just an all-American boy, which I have heard that term before on TV and films and stuff, but I don't really know what that means. We don't say, oh, he was an old British boy. I don't really know what that would mean. And after high school, Philip did go on to attend the State University of New York before he has been treated with a operation on the doctor, and he continued to get PhD as well. Congratulations.
Now we shall fill them with many holes. Bullet holes. What did you think I meant?
Very good poker player, but extremely bad loser. And this is definitely something to note because the poker gambling kind of thing just came back up later on in the story. And there was an incident when Philip was in college and he was drunk. And he forced his friend to come back
The dogs have returned once more.
And she tried to keep him off, but saying that Philip was his friends, like, I don't want this. Luckily, another friend was and it's just so lucky that friend came because God knows what would have happened. And based on this little incident, Philip sounds like a douchebag. So during his college years, Philip like Philip, also had aspirations of becoming a doctor. So everything is going well. They're both graduating from Philip actually got an offer from Boston University School of Medicine and Boston.
One day, I really hope I get to stop what's the killing, what's the maiming. No, I'm just kidding.
Career at her school and moving to the Caribbean to pursue that or her relationship with Philip. So she did choose a relationship with Philip. She did move to Boston and she just felt like she will move to Boston with Philip. She felt like her relationship was more important than the Caribbean school and she was just going to figure things out when she got to Boston. So right after they moved to Boston, Philip actually proposed to her and she said yes. Everything seems to be going great.
So much to do. Why do I waste my time with such inconsequential things? Here we go again. Again!
And Megan doesn't know any of this. He's not telling Megan any of this, which he should do. He should be talking to Megan about his sexuality, about what he's thinking, about what he's feeling. And these are conversations that he should be having with his fiancé. So as far as how this secret online life that Philip was leading went on for about a year, but nothing really came of it. He never actually met anyone. He definitely tried, but nothing came of his online conversations with anyone. So this is when he decides to almost take a different approach. Unfortunately, he decided to take a different approach because he was one.
I have far more important
are her own, and she's not her work, by the way. She always feels right. She felt
Hell is a simple-minded fool when you need one. Dancing!
Trisha's purse, and he stole the $800 that was in her purse. He also stole her debit and credit cards. He also got her mobile phone, and he got her mobile because he wanted to remove all traces of him, and he thought that the reason he stole it would be enough. And then for some strange reason, he picked up a pair of Trisha's underwear and took them. After he's put Trisha's underwear in his pocket, he takes Trisha and he puts her in the bathroom of the hotel room, and he kind of binds her to the bathroom door, and he puts tape over her mouth, and then he leaves. And Trisha does manage to free herself around 20 to 30 seconds after Philip left, and she did manage to pull out of the room and get out. Philip was extremely popular. And unfortunately as well, police don't always take sex workers seriously. And also,
Will you crazy fool would dare to touch me? Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill.
Trisha did report the crime, and the police did take her seriously, and they have a description now
so much trouble. These are inconsequential efforts.
Pretty much immediately after the robbery of Trisha, Philip was back on Facebook, found the erotic services section when he came across an advert from Juris Services. And the advert basically said that Morgan, who was Juris Services, she was posing under the name Morgan, area, she was in
If only I could make it last just a little bit longer. Oh, I was looking for
something. It's a different hotel this time, but it's like right over the road. Why would Philip go back to the scene of the crime almost? I mean, can't say for sure what the plan was, but it seemed like the initial plan was to carry out the same kind of crime that Philip did with Trisha. So pull out the gun, bind her wrists, steal her money and her cards, maybe steal her underwear, and then leave. However, this is not how it happened, because Julissa was found half lying in the hallway and half in the hotel room, half out, with her underwear.
That one hurt! Here is a simple-minded The blood sacrifices will now resume.
I don't know why he told this, but the media did jump onto this story straight away, and this is where the media gave Philip Markoff the name of the Craigslist killer. The police also released the CCTV footage as well that they had from both hotels now, because they figured out the person that murdered Jalissa is the same person that murdered Trisha just 4 days earlier, because they saw
Far more important things to repair. The universe. Emergency!
$1,000 was probably the money that he stole from Trisha and Phyllis. And I just think as well, this casino visit just shows how arrogant Philip is.
And your assistance would not have been required.
His face, he's all over the news. Well, not his face, but the CCTV footage of him. He's all over the
You
news.
know, I am actually very thirsty indeed. Why not? What could possibly go wrong? I probably shouldn't have drank that on an empty stomach. One still stands, however. Nine! Emergency!
From the robbery of Trisha, Trisha is less than a week. So similar to the attack on Trisha when Philip got to the hotel and when he met Cynthia at the hotel room, he pulled a gun out, tied her off and stole her cash and any cards that she had on her. However, during this attack, Cynthia's phone was wicked and this was freaking Philip out. He was like, who the hell is calling me?
I feel
He said, oh, that would be my
a
husband.
little
And as it turns out,
dizzy.
Cynthia's husband was actually her business manager. He was always nearby waiting for her signal to make sure that everything was okay. Because he was going for a long time. She was texting him and saying, everything's okay.
A toast. A toast to success.
So first Cynthia never made the signal that everything was okay because she was the room and let his family have a kiss. And at this point, Philip was like frozen in shock. And he turned the gun from Cynthia onto her husband, to which Cynthia's husband turned around and ran back down the hall. Now, I don't know if he ran back down the hall to stay with the other team or to get out. I don't know. He ran away, and this whole encounter with his husband actually freaked Philip out, and he just he ran out of the hotel room and went the other way down the hallway. But again, Philip has made no attempt to conceal his identity, and the police again have CCTV footage of Philip. So at this point, he was a very wanted man by the police. I mean, he killed someone, he committed 2 armed robberies, and he didn't seem like he was slowing down. Like, all of this happened in a week. The police are like, oh, we need to act quick right now. And they have all the CCTV footage, but they still don't know who it is. This might actually be a little bit too dark for me right now, but let's just ignore that.
Stay back, hundred
CCTV
filth!
footage of Philip, because Philip has made no attempt to conceal his face. Don't know if he thought that he could outsmart the police. We're going back to his academic life. Philip is a very high achiever. He's very intelligent. He's probably used to being one of, if not the smartest person in the room, at least he doesn't do that. So did he just think that he couldn't even bother to conceal his face when he was leaving the hotel room? Because he just thought he could outsmart the police and they would never catch him. However, Philip, if that's what he thought anyway, you were right. Got to bring this down my head to make everything match. So one of the first things that the police did was retrieve the messages that Jalissa and Philip sent to one another. And from these messages, they found out the IP address of the computer that sent the messages.
If I am destined to wield a rifle, then a rifle I will wield.
To an apartment in Boston. And who lived in that apartment? He really had used a VPN to his IP address. And obviously VPNs were used in 2009. But I don't think they were widely known.
Vessel for Maxis. A vessel for Maxis. Allow my fevered brain to distract me from my mission. I must stay focused. It is essential that we are armed to defend ourselves, no matter how hopeless the situation may appear.
Physical evidence already. And it did have some fingerprints on that one. So we have fingerprints on the phone. Let's try to get it. Now I think we can see what they did. Next part is the market. But it's all around the market. And then the thing that they did actually so it seems so far-fetched. Well, Philip had his phone
coming out of the supermarket, and I'll tell you this, she didn't have something, she was trying to have a visit. And said, oh, obviously everything was sent off for testing,
I know my future. You barely feature. That one hurt. Only a brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill. To taunt me is to invite your doom. Leave me alone! Guilty! Let's cleanse myself!
She was like, yeah, that is him. So this is obviously needed because we need that positive ID of an actual photo of Philip. So Philip and Megan are travelling down the I-95. But Philip was saying the car is still grounded. And poor Megan, she doesn't have a clue what is going on here. She was just really confused. She kept saying, she must be mistaken. I've got the wrong man here. So both Philip and Megan are taken into questioning, and Philip is being pretty difficult with not cooperating. He's not giving any information. And at this point, the police have no
I have
idea
lived and dreamed many lives. I wish this was not the one I was bound to. I break rules all the time. The no touching one still stands, however.
So meanwhile, the police are searching Megan and Philip's apartment to find as much evidence as they possibly can. And wow.
Control of the machine is but one tiny step in a much longer journey. I once tried to climb inside the pack punch, hoping that it could perhaps enhance me. I failed. I hope this doesn't come too late to change our fortunes. There are few things more useful to us than powerful weapons. This we never forget. It is essential that we are armed to defend ourselves, no matter how hopeless the situation may appear.
No, this was a real textbook. It was a medical textbook. One of Philip's. It was actually the book of Poison Accident. And this was a 700-page textbook that Philip had followed himself. I mean, that would have been...
Repel the horde!
Megan is the soil.
That one hurt my ears! Yes, it's coming for you! Once again!
And they were like,
You will pay the price for your insolence. We all will. This brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill. At least you still have the bullets.
I don't know why, but it seems like he takes too care of the
I think with all this noise.
The police have plenty of evidence now, and on the 23rd of April 2009, police are on the charge
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Scream all you want. It will not do you any good.
Because there was just so much evidence, there was no denying that Philip
have done this. I think, as you can probably guess, Megan did end the relationship. She did go to jail. She said this is going to be the last time I've seen him. And then she resigned in jail, so it was just communication with the relationship. And all she could say was, I'm sorry. Megan also told him that she was going to follow her dreams and attend medical school. And she very next day, the Megan went to jail. Did intention to commit suicide again by using a sharp metal spoon to cut both of his wrists. And over the next year, Philip made multiple attempts to Philip had somehow managed to fashion himself
I hear you, and I know who you are.
Following this, he stuffed toilet paper down his throat and tightened a plastic bag over his head to ensure that he couldn't be revived. Next to his body were photographs of both him and Megan together, and on the wall in blood were the words Megan and Poppy. And Poppy was the pet name that Megan and Philip used to call each other. So after Philip's death, the case obviously never made it to trial, so the charges against Philip were dropped. There is some speculation as to why he did commit suicide. Some say that he wanted to spare Megan a shame because Megan would have been given a witness. However, others believe it was to save.
I will not mourn you! The doctor prescribed rapid fire death!
So because of this, there is a lot of debate as to the motive behind these crimes. So I'm just going to talk about a few of the motives that have been thrown around. So the first possible motive for the crimes was that he
My lethality was already a given.
A hell of a lot, and he was living on credit to pay at the bill. So there is speculation that he was committing his losses to pay back debt. And this is something that I don't think is true. I mean, I don't think he committed these crimes. He stole $800 from Trisha. What is $800? Which leads me on to the next one,
You pay the price for your insolence. We all
the day after he married Jalissa and gambled away the money I think that but I definitely feel like it plays into it. But something that is quite possible, I think it could have been the motive, is that the gambling and the debt could have been linked because he was stealing a small amount of money from sex workers, going to the casino, and he must have been doing poker, turning that small amount of money into bigger bucks, and then using that to maybe pay off the debt. So the gambling, the debt, definitely could be linked in the motive. And then another popular theory is that these crimes were sexually motivated. We all know that Philip had this alternative sexual online life. He's not there. This is online world.
leave me alone! At least you saved me the bullets. That one hurt my ears. We must act quickly. Many barriers stand between us and success. Break rules all the time. No touching one still stands, however. I think with all this noise. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I will not mourn you. Do not stand in the way of my plan. No one will. I hear you, and I know I will not warn you.
But you remember when he signed up to their paddle website? Maybe that wasn't sexual control. Maybe he signed up to his website
Silence their screams.
which is why, for instance, I'm convinced that that is right. I don't know. I mean, he still doesn't explain. Hi guys, welcome back. Ever since I started my YouTube channel, I've got also known as the Better Brothers, but this case gained a lot of attention, obviously not for the right reasons, but it gained a lot of attention just because of how brutal and horrific the crimes were. In this case, this is a horrible story. It does involve child murder, so please be aware of that before you continue on watching. But before we jump into today's case, I've got to say thank you. Oh my god, we hit 100k. It still doesn't feel real. It's overwhelming. I don't even know what to say because this has been my goal ever since I started my YouTube channel, which was 6 years ago, nearly 6 years ago. And this was my goal, 100k. And I cannot thank you enough. Thank you so much for just watching my content, for leaving a like, for leaving a comment. It truly means the world. And I love this little community that we're building up here. And I just want to say thank you. It's overwhelming. It still doesn't feel real. So thank you so much. And let's jump into today's video. So Robert Leonard was born on the 17th of September 1996, which means he was a Virgo, and his brother Michael was 2 years younger than him, and he was born on the 4th of November 1998, Scorpio. Now Robert and Michael were the married sons of David and April Feather. David and April met when they were really young. April was only 15, and they went on to have 7 children, and Robert and Michael were the oldest. 7 children.
That would hurt my ears. Silent pressure. You are lost. Time to mow down the horde. One day they will tell stories of my bravery. That one hurt. Deepsy bit. Filthy. Must cleanse myself. There's nothing so futile as futility is dead. Any other friends outside of their siblings. And this wasn't the children's story.
I refuse to join you in death! Do you actually believe you can simply surround the daughter?
I've read that it can sometimes go months without anyone in the house. Obviously, David left for work, and I also read that David and April will sometimes go to the would not leave the house. Family was so estranged from either the family as well, and children would go to their grandparents or their hospitals. There are rumours that Robert was arrested at preschool. He was the only one who has ever attended any kind of school, and it's because of this incident that David and April pulled him out of preschool, which I can understand. But it was because of this incident that they decided that all of their future children would not go to school and every single one of them would be homeschooled because of this situation. But before they did that, it was actually
The dogs have returned once more.
it would make sense why they decided to send the rest of the children, but they don't know. But David was extremely paranoid, past the point of normal. He even has security cameras installed into every single This is a little bit extreme because it's a little bit weird. So despite how we put this out from everything.
Here we go again.
Again!
We also want to protect your children from the internet. The things that you can find on the internet are way more dangerous than some of the things out there in the real world, okay? But no, they had, if they did the report, they would be fined £500. I think she even made the local news for this as well, which is just weird. I don't know why she doesn't make the news for an alcohol round, but whatever. So Angela did spend some time in prison, and it's actually said that Angela preferred prison life to everyday normal life outside of prison. Angela just found prison life just a lot easier. Like the decisions were taken out of her hands. Like there was just a routine that she had. She had no routine when she was out of prison. And a lot of Angela's problems were alcohol for being in prison and alcohol a lot. She even got a job when she was in prison. She worked in the laundry room where everything was good. But this was like one of the happiest times that she ever had. She had a like responsibility. She had a job. She really enjoyed it.
At least you saved me the bullets. At least you saved me the bullets.
And being in prison, you are surrounded by people. And she did become institutionalized.
I will not warn you. Not my destiny.
Will not stand in the way of my plans. No one. One day to tell stories of my bravery.
And at this point, she was known that she drank 9 litres of strong cider a day. And she also known to drink on alcohol. She spent most of her benefits on alcohol, rarely ever buying her food. And she lost so much blood. She so she was tiny. And she was just always seen on the pawn shop buying alcohol. And pawn shop is the British term for store alcohol. And I know she was down from alcohol, but that really came down. She got close to buying alcohol now. And Angela was just like for her role model. We have more of a so it's not even that she was seen to chasing a lot of Angela also did have a very caring side as well. When she was at the pawn shop buying her alcohol, she also had chocolate bars for the neighbour's children. And when she was at home, she would post chocolate bars with the box for the children. Most people that knew her just described her as a lost soul, like a very nice person, very caring, just incredibly nice. Something about Angela that you know is that she actually loves animals. She loves
Only a brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh,
Yes, I suppose you fit the bill.
cannot kill this daughter so easily.
Just made it a lot easier for Angela to manage her drinking, and just looking after the dog would give Angela a sense of purpose, which is something that she lacked in life. But this was just temporary, and as soon as the dog went, the drinking returned. And I just gotta say, like, I don't know if this exists. Like, please tell me if this exists. But it's quite clear that Angela is struggling. She is known for counsel. Like, shouldn't there be some kind of scheme to give someone like Angela who is able to look after her? Giving someone like Angela a dog is going to truly change their life for the better. Like, I don't understand why that is possible. Like, please, if it does, let me know. Angela is still incredibly supportive in her life. She was always tried and preferred to
That one hurt my ears. I think with all this noise. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. The blood sacrifices will now resume.
many people, especially the teenagers, like I said, I'm already in this video. I'm going to explain but quite often, Angela will just allow people to go ahead.
Scream all you want. It will not do you any good.
Some of the people and they just expect you to Angela's house was paid for people to go I realized that they could go to Angela's house and just drink all day, all night, and get stuff like that. Obviously, they went to age, and they just knew that Angela would just let them in.
I don't just laugh in the face of adversity. I kill it.
To bring back to our house,
I made alone will not be enough to defeat her.
Not that Angela actually had that much of a steal, but whenever she did have one on her hands, let's just say it would be lying around for a very long time. Which I honestly just think is just so awful. And I just do feel so sorry for her because she's just always in the hopes of making friends and having conversations because she's so lonely. And sometimes things would get that out of hand that Angela would have to phone the neighbours to get the neighbours to come out and help her. So we're going to circle back now to Olivia and Ashley because this is basically how this goes to her house, lives in her house, and also take advantage of her. You know, her to buy her policy here. And this is what leads up to the events of the case, which is place on the 2014. So earlier on the day, on the 8th of Olivia went to visit her mom. Remember, Olivia was a visitor and when Olivia went to visit her mom, they had quite a big argument. The argument resulted in Olivia's mom telling Olivia to basically F off and to go kill herself. And not only that, Olivia's mom also handed her prescription drugs to do this. I just sometimes can't believe the things that I do. And following this, Olivia did go on to have and broke binge. She drank lots of strong cider and she did also the prescription drugs that her mom had. Was directly quite often. But I'm going to say it probably didn't help, but I just think it was given the direct result of that. So then Olivia went up but both girls seem to think that this is not enough alcohol for both of them. So where do they go to get more alcohol? Angela's house. So the two girls arrive at Angela's house. It's around 7:15 p.m. on the 8th of December. And the door was just unlocked, so they didn't knock. They just let themselves in, which was actually quite a common occurrence. Like literally no one respected Angela's boundaries. And once they were there, they looked at the photos, they showed up on Snapchat, and these were just
I was looking for that.
But they would unfortunately accept. The girls also informed Angela before the transfer. They informed her that Angela needed to go out and get some more alcohol, and Angela, being who she was,
This pays the price for your insolence. At least you saved the bullets.
The last time. So Angela has returned to the house, and then at some point between 8 to 10,
Time to mow down the horde. That one hurt my ears.
You can see that her mom she looks over and don't know what that is in relation to. I don't know. Was it losing
Crude but effective. A lot like Nikolai, really.
Over the next few hours, Angela's injuries got a lot more serious. Olivia and Yasmin beat Angela with a variety of different objects. And these objects were just various objects that the two girls had found lying around Angela's home.
Many things are gone in an instant.
Table legs,
Too
kettle,
many.
a shovel, a plank of wood, screws sticking out of the
I refuse to submit.
Where does attack happen? This girl was just severely beating and torturing Angela all the time. But somehow Angela managed to survive this attack. And at this point, after hours
Your daughter! Let's say you're short! Scream! The incessant scream! They grow ever louder!
it only ever stopped when Yasmin would post something on Snapchat. And then at around 11 p.m., two women held up at Angela's home. They were actually Angela's
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. You cannot kill this doctor so easily.
At this point, Olivia and Yasmin were in the house. And they
I will not warn you.
so the two girls were watching on a outside.
I
think with all this noise?
Sees that the house is completely trashed, and she says to the other woman, "Someone wrecked Angela's house. You should see it defensively." To which the other woman replied, "I don't care." And after that, the woman shuts the door, and they both leave. And I can't quite help things like this. I can't. I'm not blaming these two women. Of course, they just didn't know that Angela was in her front room, half dead at this point. But I can't help but think that if these two women had called 999, called the police, because at the very least they realised that Angela's house has been trashed, I can't help but think would the events of this case have taken a different path. So the two women have left now, Olivia and Yasmin are still in the house, and it's just after 11 p.m. I'm not going to let the house Angela's house, they leave Angela behind, and Angela is still alive at this point. So Olivia and Yasmin just go on their merry way, and then they start with another friend, and they are both completely covered in Angela's blood. So when they meet up with them, their friend is like,
I will not warn you!
what has happened? And Olivia and Yasmin just shrug off these questions,
At least you saved me the bullets. I think with all this noise. That one hurt my ear. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. That one hurt my ears. I know how it feels to be punched in the face. I've had a lot of experience.
But no, they don't go back to Angela's house to help her. They go back to finish what they started. So like I said, this is around 2 a.m. and there is CCTV footage showing the two girls returning back to Angela's house. And this time around, the two girls stayed at Angela's house for a further 2 hours. And it was at this point, between the hours of 2 a.m. and 4 a.m., that Angela tragically lost her life. The exact timeline of the attack is not actually known, but based on the blood distribution that was examined at a later date, it was determined that Angela did lose her life when Olivia and Yasmin returned to the house. The blood distribution also showed that Angela had been crouching and cowering in multiple areas of her front room, and it is thought that during the attack, Angela was begging for her life. This attack was so cold, it was so brutal, and it was just such a slow, torturous attack that Angela had to stop it all. Angela had also ended up half naked as well from the waist down. It's not thought the attack was motivated in any way, it's just thought that it was done to destroy Angela. Cigarette ash was also found and
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I have more important things to do than be surrounded. I will not warn you. I think with all this noise.
So this next part of the story really infuriates me. So it's 4 a.m. and Olivia and
At least you saved me the bullets. At least you saved me the bullets. I find myself in a more advantageous position once the back was healed.
So they realised that maybe they should try and get home at this point. So they tried to get themselves a taxi, but they couldn't. I don't know why they couldn't. He didn't elaborate any more than that. So what do? They phone the police for a lift. I can't. Like, what the actual hell? And apparently this is something that Olivia and Yasmin would do quite often. They would phone 999 and report themselves as missing and that they needed a lift home. Now, I didn't realise this was something that you could do. Maybe it's something only children can do. I don't know, but it's like, just murder people. And they have absolutely established to phone
I have more important things to do than be surrounded. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I think with all
destroyed. Ah, that one hurt my ears. I will not warn you.
I believe this weapon shall enact the kind of violence you prefer. Yes, you saved me the bullets.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Grieve all you want. It will not do you any good. I will not warn you. One day, I really hope I get to stop what's the killing, what's the maiming. I think it's time for you to fall down.
They have no idea what has happened to Angela or these people after for the whole morning. Angela's landlord went over to the house and then there was no answer to let him out. This is when he discovered Angela's body in the country. And I cannot even imagine what it would have been like to open up that because you've got to remember how basically the attack was. One of the weapons was only in the house. And like I said earlier, we look at Steve and we found Angela's body just lying on the sofa. She was just after a bruise away and investigation was open. And when they were investigating the crime scene, they figured out that Angela had been struck in 12 locations in her front room. Angela was shooting anyway. We have removed the crowd around the living room to get away from the guards just a little bit in absolute horror.
There's nothing so futile as futility in hell.
This is not normal. This doesn't happen very often. And I can guarantee you the police were not thinking that a 13 and a 14-year-old did this. And it was around the same time on the morning of the next day that Yasmin's foster family found her clothes that she was clearly wearing during the attack because they were covered in blood. And Yasmin's foster family phoned the police straight away. And thankfully, it didn't take too long for the police to connect the dots, and they did arrest both Olivia and Yasmin for the murder of Angela Robinson. The trial of Olivia and Yasmin took place at Leeds Crown Court, and their identities were obviously withheld from the public because of how young they are, and this is actually done automatically in the UK, and then it's decided after the trial whether their identities should be released or not. And at the trial, both girls did deny murder, and something very predictable, especially from child offenders, is they actually turned on each other in the trial. They both blamed each other for the murder. So Olivia said that Yasmin was the main offender, but then Yasmin said that all she did was take the photos and post them on Snapchat, because obviously there's no denying that she did that, and it was actually Olivia that carried out the attack. Olivia also claimed that she was suffering from a personality disorder, although this has not been diagnosed, and I'm not really too sure what happened with that. I don't know if she did go through an evaluation or anything, but that was just what Olivia was claiming herself. Another defense that Olivia came up with, which is just, it's gonna take the cake, in my opinion, of one of the worst defenses ever, but she thought that people would only die from cancer, and she didn't realise that
Will not have my flesh.
That's a really crappy message. The defense also claims that the girls were suffering from and also that the girls were feeling out of control. I mean, I'm not saying that they're not suffering from mental disorders. I am not saying that at all. But to say that they did not intend to kill Angela is a load of crap. How can you not intend to kill someone when you carry out such a brutal and sadistic attack that lasts for 9 hours, that involves like 12 weapons? How can you not intend to kill somebody? At minimum, GBH, but GBH with intent, which still carries a license. But whatever, I think it was murder. And also what killed Angela.
I hear you, and I know who you are.
And in the end, it was these social media posts that convinced against the jewelry of Olivia and Yasmin's true nature. Not only were the jewelry shown the Snapchat posts that Yasmin made, they were also played a phone call that Yasmin had made over Facebook to one of her friends. And I just want to point out that this phone call was in the middle of the attack. And in the phone call, you can hear Yasmin saying things like, go on, smash her head in, break her, fucking kill her. I remember Yasmin was the one that used to defend her. She wasn't involved at all. It kind of seems like you're involved. Now, the shooter accounts are...
That one hurt my ears.
Never been honest because those girls never told the truth of what actually happened. However, the evidence found...
I think it was all this noise.
Roughly what happened, and in the end, the people who lost both Olivia and Yasmin both of them were fine for the shooting of murder, but neither one of them
I deem your head unnecessary.
no, they were just trying to surprise.
I will not warn you.
But the judge actually decided to hire this
That one hurt my ears. At least you saved me some bullets. I think it was all this noise.
More likely to do something that is wrong so sometimes at this point, the identities of the child offenders are sometimes released to the public. But it was decided that their identities should still be held. However, it was challenged by numerous papers, and they said that the identities of the two girls should be revealed for public awareness and safety. But article counsel objected to this because they were worried about the welfare of the families of the two girls, of the two girls as well. Olivia had tried to cover her life 4 times. One of the times was actually on her premises, and it was not just a member of staff that was complete. She had not been
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. At least you saved me the bullets. Leave me alone!
And obviously, if they had released Yasmin's identity, they would have Olivia's identity from her. That is why both of them have been given a lifetime, actually. It's hard in cases like this on where you place the blame, obviously the girls, but I'm going to
Break their legs. Arms. Faces. Time to break everything, I suppose.
By social services as one of the most volatile young program they've ever come against. And during the investigation, the police came across drawings that had been done during her therapy and the night sessions. And this drawing was used to show the communities to the that she drew and she really shared on her therapy and stuff. And when she asked me why she brought it, she just said, I don't want to explain. Maybe you should have looked into that a little bit more. I also couldn't help but see the similarities between Angela's childhood and Olivia and Yasmin's childhood. I mean, of course, no one could have said how Olivia and Yasmin would find out because they were like a
You're not standing in the way of my plan.
and my mind always starts to think at points like this because I always want to try and figure out like what drove someone to commit the crime that they did. And because I couldn't help but see the similarities, I kind of thought like, did they in some way murder Angela out of frustration because they could see that that was going to be their future? They essentially murdered an older version of themselves, and I couldn't help but think, was this why Angela was targeted by the girls, or am I thinking completely too much into it? Am I going too deep? And Angela, because she was so vulnerable, it was just a crime of opportunity, or maybe. Hi everyone, and welcome back to my channel. I hope you're all doing well. So today we're going to cover the case. Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. Welcome to another true crime and makeup video. Today we're going to be talking about the case of Steve Porter, and this alone made this case infamous. Like, he was in the news before the horrific events of this case take place.
Anything but your typical love story. 20-year-old Katie Pladle is 42-year-old Stephen Pladle's biological daughter.
But things started to go very badly when the hospital started and went downhill.
That one hurt my ears. Greed often encourages me to take risks. It's a bad trait, I know. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I will not warn you! I think it was all this noise. to submit.
Birthday, which means I can't find the start time, and you know that I like to
Someone of them likes me.
but I could figure out by his age that he must have been born in 1975. All I could find out from reports that were given after this case takes place was that he was a little bit of an outcast in school and that he don't know about his hobbies, don't know about his interests, don't know about his parents, nothing, so we don't really have much to go on in this case. So we're literally starting this case when he is 20 years old and he is currently living in New York. And when he is 20, he starts speaking to a girl called Alyssa Garcia, and she is 15 years old. Yes, he's 20, she's 15, so yeah, that's what the person is. And like I said, they were speaking online, and Steven starts speaking. So at first they were speaking online, and this goes on for a little while, and then they decided they want to meet up, and Alyssa lived in San Francisco, so Steven makes the trip from New York to San Antonio.
This is not my destiny!
Again, she's 15, this is illegal. You would think that a little careful
Death hangs heavy in the air!
20-year-old were taking advantage of their daughter. But with that, Steven kind of seeing each other for around 2 years, and then Alyssa, January 1998, Alyssa goes to start to a little girl, and unfortunately, Alyssa is 17 years old, which is still a child, and I don't quite know when they came together. I don't know if it was before, or after, I really don't know, but at some point they both moved to Virginia, which is where they're living together, and they're living as this little family with four
Think of it all this noise! I will not warn you! That one hurt my ears! Babies around, but that alone will not be enough to defeat me. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Do you actually believe you can simply surround the dog?
She's actually said that there are more darker things that actually about them, so we don't know if it's them part of the abuse, but before that is found out,
To taunt me is to invite your own doom.
and Alyssa about being powerless in this situation. We need to remember that Alyssa is also a victim of Steven, and she was so distressed about what Steven was doing to their daughter. And Steven was a very volatile and very aggressive character. He would be abusive to Alyssa as well. And she just didn't really know what to do in this situation. Alyssa made one of the hardest decisions she has ever had to make, and she decided that the only way to protect her daughter, Denise, was to put her up for adoption. She really didn't want to, but she felt that she had no other choice. And Denise was around 8 months old when she was adopted by a couple, Anthony and Kelly Busco. And after she was adopted, the couple did rename Denise to Katie, and then Katie obviously went to live with this couple in Dover, New York. From this point onwards, Katie had a pretty normal childhood. She was really close with her adopted parents. Her adopted uncle has said that she absolutely loved animals. She was very artistic, she was a vegetarian, and she was also a foodie, and her nickname would actually be because she was a foodie. Katie also had a pretty normal school experience as well. She was a cheerleader. Like I said, she was very artistic. This was her gift after it. She'd actually said that in the end, she could go on and dance. And when she was coming to college to work art, to follow her passion. And we'll find out exactly.
At least you saved me the bullets. That one hurt my ears. Many have tried, none have succeeded.
But what we do know is 10 years after they gave Katie up for adoption, Alyssa decided that they were a little bit more mature now and she wanted to have
One day they will tell stories of my bravery. Be eradicated.
However, this didn't really go to plan. Alyssa thought that they were mature and it was going to be okay, but he left racing to
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
Alyssa just always felt uninsurance. She always felt Alyssa, 42 daughters. Stephen also struggled to hold down the job and why and for 8 years, he's actually one of the cells who provide for the matter. So obviously that puts you a little bit like on the like he's going to jump back and
Teensy bit. Flames of damnation! Engulf the horde!
Find out that they have 2 daughters, and also find out that she's got 2 sisters. They're living in Virginia, and everything seems to be going well. I mean, that would be such a scary situation to get in contact with your parents.
do it for free.
Know how that's going to work out. And so far, up until this point, everything seems to be going smoothly. But then Katie, all of a sudden, decided she was going to change her plans. She was going to go to college and study art, but she changed her plans, and she decided to go to Virginia and move in with her biological family. And just drop everything in New York and move to Virginia, which was just really weird. Like, that's just Virginia. Go there, and I don't know if he's on the block. And she just said something about how she decided. They were very shocked by this sudden decision, but they were really interested in their daughter, but they also found that there was nothing they could really do. Katie was 18, she was old enough to make these decisions herself, so they were a little worried, but which one of these possibilities has it to be great?
Just laugh at the taste budders. Kill it.
And when she gets to the Plato household, she meets her 2 little sisters, and her 2 little sisters are both in the mood, because at this point, when Katie is 18, they're 11 and 6. They think it's amazing that they've got this big, cool older sister, and they're just really excited about the whole thing. Kate's relationship with Alyssa, her biological mother, was really good as well. She had this really good relationship with her sisters and her mom. But then Stephen, the relationship was, it was a little but even from the start, from the very beginning, Stephen's behavior was very
Will not do you any good. You are not the first. You will not be the last.
Trying to make himself look younger, basically. He shaved off his beard when he wanted to look younger. He was also dressing younger as well. He was wearing skinny jeans and t-shirts that he wouldn't normally wear. He was trying to match Katie's style to seem more appealing to her, which was just it's just
The hounds of hell have
at this point in the story, and Katie's significantly additional daughter, and Alyssa noticed So Alyssa decided that she was going to tell Katie how Stephen used to abuse her when she was a
One day, I really hope I get to stop what's the killing, what's the maiming. No, I'm just kidding.
Be careful. And Katie didn't exactly react in a normal way, and everyone would react differently to news like that, but you would expect someone to be horrified, upset, angry. Katie felt none of this. She actually found nothing. He didn't even bother her. I mean, how does it not bother you finding out that your biological father used to abuse you when you were a baby? That would bother anybody. And if anything, after finding this out, Stephen and Katie actually grew closer. How? Stephen started to spend even more time with Katie. He was already spending a lot of time with her, but he was spending even more time with her. He even started sleeping on the floor in her bedroom. Which is just weird. Why are you sleeping on the floor? Why? It's not a sleepover, you're 42. And obviously because Alyssa was in the house, she saw that Stephen was doing this, and she confronted him about it. She's like, what the hell are you doing? This is weird. Why are you sleeping on the floor of your daughter's room? Your daughter, I feel like I need to keep reminding everybody of this, because I feel like you need to enjoy it. Forget that they're but in this fashion, you just lost it.
The incessant screams, they grow ever louder. I will not mourn you.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Think with all this noise. I don't just laugh at the pace of the earth. I kill it.
But she doesn't actually know that they're in a relationship. Because Lisa is unaware of the relationship, she continues to send her 2 young daughters to stay at the house because obviously they're still in custody of these 2 children. She's aware
ears! I think with all this noise. At least you saved me the bullets. I will not warn you! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Ah! That one hurt my ears! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
Then one day, I don't know what happened, maybe something happened to do this,
I think with all this noise.
Her daughter, the 11-year-old, died. What she found was horrifying. You can see, because there are images of the extracts.
I will not warn you! The incessant scream! This growl ever louder!
That day she her daughter or her sister. She also writes that she loved Katie, her sister, but now she's just confused about the whole relationship. She also writes in her diary, well, my dad is a slut, he is Satan, he is fucking Satan. She also goes on to say in the journal, which it's just heartbreaking.
One day they will tell stories of my bravery!
Then the baby grew up old, and she also said when she was telling of what Stephen is like, she said, he'll go to hell, but he won't be the one being killed. He'll be the one who's gone. And it's just really easy to forget that this little girl is 11. She shouldn't be writing things like this in the diary. She shouldn't be telling this story. And it's our father that is causing it. After Alexia finished reading the diary, he blessed her. I felt so
This is how it always ends for your
but she does find it right away to confront him about the situation. So when she phoned Stephen to worry about the situation, often he clarified that what she was I don't know about any of you, but if I read that, I almost wouldn't believe it because it just doesn't seem real. So when she talks to Stephen, he confirms that it's true and he responds, oh my god, in such a sweet way. He responds to Alyssa by saying, quote, I thought you knew, we're in love, end quote. Alyssa was gobsmacked, she was sick to her stomach, she was just like, how could you? She's a child. She's your child. And Alyssa did what most people would do. She phoned the police. And this is where this story should end, because the police were contacted. They should have gotten involved. They should have arrested Stephen, because incest is illegal. Just want to point that out. Yeah, I should be ending the video right now. However, the police did absolutely nothing. All they did was interview the two younger daughters about the situation, and that was it. They didn't arrest Stephen. They didn't even interview Katie. They didn't even speak to her. And like I said, incest is illegal in Virginia, which is where they were living at the time. So it doesn't even matter that Katie is an adult, because she's over 18. It doesn't matter. Incest is illegal. And incest is actually illegal in all US states apart from Rhode Island and New Jersey. But in both of those states, I can't remember which one's which, both parties have to be over 16 in order to have 18 in the I can't remember which one. So after Alyssa reported to the police, I mean, I assume she thought something could be done. But the fact that nothing was done made her terrified.
At least you saved me the bullets.
She knew what he was like. She knew how volatile he was. He was also obsessed with her. This is just a little bit Alyssa has said that
I will not warn you!
every time Alyssa left work, she was so scared she had to get security to escort her from the building to the car.
Once again!
Stop sign. She was always terrified of that car and she was up to her. He would see her and he would be armed with her. So while Alyssa was around,
I refuse to submit!
was a hard in their relationship. And it was around this time that Lucy fell with her father's child. Oh, just makes me feel cool. And I'm just going to point out, I don't know why it's saying someone has
Do not stand in the way of my plan.
you guys pointed it out on this video. Now that I think about it, saying that someone has fallen pregnant, it's actually really weird.
It pains me to end your suffering so soon.
Katie was pregnant. Katie found that they should get married. So on July 20th, 2017, that's 2
What can I think with all this noise?
it wasn't a situation. They had sex.
That one hurt my ears!
And also Katie's adopted parents were their guests. I just can't wrap my head around people going to a public
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
and they're smiling, happy, enjoying the day. You can see in the pictures how many friends they do. Wow, it's so tiny. Nothing bizarre.
saved me the bullets. I think with all this noise. I will not warn you.
But apparently, Katie and Dr. Karen and team and Kelly said that they found a good conversation. I know as parents, you shouldn't like intervene with our like child and speaking and stuff. And seriously, this is the time to get wrong. I just realized that I said this is the situation where parents should get involved. Kelly and Anthony the benefit of the doubt here, I really am, because maybe they thought if they intervened too much, they would push Katie further away and they would push Katie further into the arms of Stephen, so maybe they didn't want to do that because they could see the risk. So after Stephen and Katie are married, they do move to Nigeria, North Carolina, and 2 years later,
Will not stand in the way of my plan. No one.
It's just so bizarre because if you think about it, Katie has just given birth to her son. And then it is Stephen's son, also his grandchild. And when I was researching this,
I refuse to submit.
could possibly explain the relationship between Katie and Stephen. I don't really know how to explain, but I came across this theory called genetic sexual attraction. And this is described as an overwhelming sexual attraction and developing
I know my future. You barely feature.
Katie was first ever adults. It's rare that this can happen, but there are other cases actually where this has happened. It's just, I don't think it, even if this theory is true or whatever, surely there is something in your brain that would tell you that it's wrong. I mean, before we would have a big one done with this. So Stephen and Katie are living together for a few months and then this continues in North Carolina. So then in January of 2018, they are both arrested and entered into they were finally in charge.
999! Emergency!
After Alyssa initially reported it, police first administered a DNA test just to confirm that their obviously were related. And obviously the results came back that they were. So they were both charged with incest, adultery, and contributing to delinquency, and they were facing up to 10 years in prison. Stephen's lawyer tried to defend the case and get that he's a lawyer and get that this is his job, but his defense was this was just a 40-year-old man who was just having trouble in his marriage when an 18-year-old turned up at his doorstep. Basically, it's explaining that Stephen couldn't help his marriage with an 18-year-old. You're missing out on there. You're missing out on
I don't just laugh in the face of a nurse. I kill it.
and love with each other. It's not this nurse just outright.
That one hurt my ears. At least you saved me the bullets.
It also sees all of the guns. However, the judge
Nothing
is saying
and futility itself.
and the court is not deciding about for some reason, the court decided that the best place for
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
I realized that
The doctor prescribes rapid fire death!
It's a danger to most people around here. Considering that he already abused one baby, I don't understand why the court didn't deny him access to another baby. And believe it or not, Stephen was actually released on bail before Katie. Why? Why are they holding Katie any longer than Stephen? I just feel like Katie is confusing the same as Stephen in the situation. I feel like the court has made to see that Stephen is in a position of power. He is older and he has taken advantage of this young girl. I mean, that's the thing that she's told.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Why is that Katie not able to virtually release her on bail? She's not married with Stephen, and she actually moved back to Australia, New York with her adopted parents. And also because she wasn't allowed any contact with Stephen, that would make it difficult for her to see her son, because the son has been placed in Stephen's mom's custody. It's like the best place for Bennett to have been would have been with his parents. I don't understand why the court made this decision, and it is that the case gained a lot of media coverage. Both Stephen and Katie started to make headlines all around the world. And like I said in the video, this is before the tragic events of the fights that will be brought. So there's all the media coverage and lives, Katie in New York, Stephen was back in North Carolina. However, it was just a few weeks after they were both released on bail, the case was broke the no contact barrier. She actually phoned Stephen and said that she wanted to end their relationship. She didn't have anything to do with it. She had finally come to her senses. And Stephen did not take this very well at all. He was furious. He was devastated. He felt like all he had in his life was taken from him. Like that was all he had. That was all he
They could tell stories of my bravery.
So after this conversation,
I will not mourn you.
Stephen went over to
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
because he wanted to take him to Katie. And Stephen's brother was left in Katie. And they don't know anything about it.
The blood sacrifices will now resume. I have more important things to do than mess around. I actually have a lot of money stashed away. I just can't get to it now.
Instead, he took Bennett back to his house in North Carolina. And I just want to warn you, it's not very stressing because after he's been here, the Bennett has Bennett, he's coming back to his house in North Carolina, and he struggles to death and to use his body locked away. Following this horrific murder, Stephen gets in his minivan and he starts driving all the way to as he drove through the
Break rules all the time. Touching one still stands, however. Guilty. I must cleanse myself.
Got there, he just parked up near the house and he started watching the house. Also, on his trip to New York, somehow, somewhere, he managed to get hold of a gun. He was just sat outside Katie's house waiting for someone to leave, and he actually knew they were pretty well.
You are not.
Her grandmother in Connecticut. This is exactly what happened. Katie left her house with her adopted father, Anthony, and they got in the car to visit Katie's grandmother who lived in Connecticut, and when they left, Stephen started to follow them. And there's actually CCTV footage of where you can see Stephen pulling out in his minivan, following Anthony and Katie in their car. So Stephen was following them in his minivan for a little while, just waiting for the right opportunity when they stopped. And when they did stop, Stephen got out of his van and he started shooting at them. He killed Katie and her adopted father, Anthony, in front of them, just while they were sitting there in their car. While Stephen's standing up, when they cautiously approach the minivan, they find Stephen dead. He has shot himself after the brutal murders of his son Bennett. And this is what he did for a little while. He didn't do it for too long because this is not really what he wanted to do, but he did it to pay the bills. But Phil really wanted to get back into the music industry somehow, and he did have to figure out, like, what am I going to do? Like, how am I going to get back into the music industry? Because that was what he was passionate about. But Phil Spector did have a little problem because he had crippling stage fright. And even though he had a lot of experience being on stage, he still just wasn't just
If only I had known how big they would grow. Here we go again. Again!
Off the stage is what is going to work. And this is when Phil started to work as a music producer. And it turns out that he was pretty good at this as well. It was probably one of the best decisions that Phil ever made to become a music producer because he became one of the biggest music producers in the industry. And he was massively successful. Throughout his career, Phil went on to work with actors,
Only a brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you missed a bit.
I'm not very good. So he makes it, but I just like to explain what the role of style is because I'm just going to end up telling you. But all you need to know is that he had a signature style, he was and a lot of the songs that Phil worked on ended up becoming very
that one hurt my ears.
I would say it's like that too, if you work with your social media businesses, but if
Think resources noise. Think resources noise.
And when I was like doing
At least you saved these bullets.
obviously Brown is a lot bigger than Phil. I feel like Brown is a very successful musician and he has a signature style about his sound. Like I feel like I can't really tell if Brown has so many good ridiculous and he's
Dream all you want. It will not do you any good.
He's a producer that a lot of people want to work with. So Brown is obviously a lot bigger. But this one just reminded me of Brown, you know.
That one hurt my ears. I will not warn you. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. That one hurt my ears. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I think resources no.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Filthy! Must cleanse myself!
A very common problem in these videos because he had a massive ego. I mean, pretty much Phil thought that he was the shit. So normally music producers do take a little bit of the backseat when it comes to music and they let the artist take it. Most of the time, I don't know how to do it.
I refuse to submit! I will not warn you! I will not warn you! I have nothing to do! You are merely an inconvenience!
This is my song. One of his names first on the credits of the song. And I'm not saying that music producers should get credit, but Phil's when
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
and he made things very difficult as well. Very very
One day they can tell stories of my bravery! That one hurt my ears!
He did get married, but that still doesn't mean that he made a successful relationship because his marriage wasn't the best marriage. It didn't last for very long. Just as soon as the girl was married, he started to have an affair with one Bennett, who was and eventually it was a hot but the first marriage to break up. They actually get married.
With all this noise,
And just like the first marriage, I don't know any details about
we must secure more ammunition.
but his marriage to Ronnie, it wasn't a good one. He treated her terribly. That's an understatement, and I can imagine he probably didn't treat his first wife very well either. Ronnie went through years of abuse at the hands of Phil. So Phil first met Ronnie in 1963 when he signed the girl group, the Ronettes. In the early days of the Ronettes, they were struggling to find success, but once they signed with Phil Spector, they pretty much became an instant hit. Phil Spector produced the song Be My Baby, which obviously, iconic song, huge song. It's so weird to me because I used to love that song when I was little. I used to dance around to that song. And they were huge, especially here in the UK. I'm sure they were huge around the world, but I know that they were huge here.
At least you saved me the bullet.
My lethality was already a gift.
We
don't just laugh in the face of it. I kill it.
And this is when Ronnie's life did take a turn to the wrong. So like I said, Ronnie was treated terribly by Phil, and she later did write a book about her marriage to Phil called Be My Baby, where she did
Meat
detail
was a
all
horde.
that
If
went
I
on.
don't
She
find
said
more
that
ammo.
to manipulate her and control her, and not only that, he also ruined her career, which is just so weird, isn't it? Because he signed the Ronettes, and he actually did have a helping hand in making them a success. But once he was married to Ronnie, he didn't allow her to perform, and then he basically turned their home into a place for Ronnie, and I literally mean I'm not even joking. He was putting brakes on the He put guard Ronnie around the house. He also got guard dogs for the house. Not too protected because he was outside.
You're not
No,
standing the way.
Ronnie,
No one.
when Ronnie was ever allowed to leave the house, if she was ever gone for more than 20 minutes, she was and then on the few occasions where Ronnie was
Bullets will not last.
Johnny
Yes, my explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
I haven't seen a picture of his dummy, so I'm not sure
I think it was all this noise.
She wasn't allowed to speak anymore, and all of this is
Scream all you want. It will not do you anything.
alcohol, just so she was allowed to leave the house to attend AA meetings. And I can't even imagine the situation where she wanted to go to an AA meeting just to get out of the house. Ronnie did try to leave Phil multiple times, but of course Phil was not going to make it easy for her, was he? He didn't have a number of manipulation tactics to keep running around. One time when Ronnie did tell Phil that she was going to get a divorce, then I can't believe how kind this is that he had adopted. And Ronnie didn't know anything about this. They hadn't previously discussed adoption or anything like that. And Phil just went, here you go, here's some children for you to look after. Oh my god, it's just, it's terrible, isn't it? Because he only did this because he wanted to guilt-trip Ronnie into staying to look after these children. I mean, he is literally just the worst, isn't he? Bringing innocent children into his manipulation games. It's sick. He literally is the worst. There, another manipulation tactic that Phil is that he bought this huge gold coffin and he would display this coffin as a piece of his life. And he would just how Ronnie doesn't ever scream at her the shoe and that Phil took all the Ronnie shoes she had no shoes, so she couldn't run away. However, thank God, one day Ronnie did manage to escape. This was the married to Phil for 4 years. At this point, she had gone through all of his abuse and had to go through it for 4 years, and she literally found her opportunity to leave, and she went out of the side door. Her mom was waiting for her and had arranged it together, and thankfully Ronnie did manage to leave the house. And I was thinking, like, what happened to me? I don't know. They were at the house at this point, so I don't know.
I refuse to join you in death.
Start divorce proceedings, but unfortunately Ronnie didn't get much from the divorce settlement. And the reason that she didn't get much out of the divorce was that Phil threatened her that if she tried to take any of his money
he was quite a kid. I don't know that many of you, but I believe he is an erratic character. He's unpredictable. He's also an abuser and a bully. So I believe him. And you know what? I think Ronnie did as well. And she was like, you know what? I just need to get out of this man. Ronnie had to give up the right to cut on musically and build up the plan.
I may be surrounded,
Thankfully,
but that alone will not be enough to defeat me.
And I just find it also just weird and to be honest uncomfortable because being my baby, like I said earlier on, I used to love that song when I was younger. Like in the teenagers, I went through a last session with Johnny Johnson and I would listen to that song like non-stop. And this is what we would watch the whole time. I used to listen to it so much and think it all the time. And honestly, it just makes me comfortable now. That obviously I didn't know really which is how
Once again! Who in his life has soon parted?
Not just artists, definitely other people in other industries in the entertainment industry. I think so many instances where people about what especially like what they write. I just can't listen to them. I just want to watch films that they've been in, or films that they've produced and stuff like that. It just makes me uncomfortable because I didn't know that until researching this case. I'm never going to hear that song the same ever again. And around the time that Bill's marriage to Ronnie is going to end, he is currently in a period of growing himself into he's in this period right now working a lot. And it was around this time that Phil started to do a lot of work with the Beatles. And the Beatles were one of the bands that did go out with their so wanted his signature sound. The Beatles actually grew to a out 2 years to work on the
Do not stand in the way of my
yeah, Phil Spector's still a pretty big deal, even though he's an absolute dick. He's still a pretty big deal in the music industry. Phil also worked with John Lennon on some of his solo work as well. But like I said before, Phil is a bit of a difficult person to work with, and this is not all plain sailing for John Lennon. So Phil would often come up to the studio, or also kind of that much of a big deal out of everything.
break rules all the time.
But
The no touching one still stands, however.
is that quite often Phil would bring guns into the studio. And one time when John Lennon and Phil were in the studio together, Phil would just pull out a gun and start fighting in the lounge. And he actually did do this quite often, like pulling out guns. It wasn't unusual, even though it should be unusual behaviour, pulling out guns in a studio, but it wasn't unusual behaviour. So when Phil did pull out the gun, I can imagine John Lennon was just like, oh god, here we go. But this time when Phil pulled out his gun, he actually fired a shot at John Lennon. Yeah, you heard that right. I can't believe this. Like some of the things that are in this case, it's just like, what? Did this really happen? But Phil fired a shot at John Lennon. And John Lennon, understandably, was crazy. And he was saying, Phil, if you don't kill me, if you don't fucking have me, oh yeah, I'm going to break it. So like I said, it's actually quite common for Phil to pull out guns on people. And if you like to use them, and then after this crazy period of working with the Beatles, Phil during this time in 1974, Phil is in a pretty serious car accident. This took place in Hollywood, and in the car crash, he was thrown through the windscreen and sustained very serious injuries. Like, I'm not even joking there, but paramedics arrived at the scene. When he pronounced his death,
The doctor prescribes rapid fire death!
several hours after he was fired, stitches to his face and the back of his head. But the injury, not a good sign. After this backlash,
Scream all you want. It will not do you any good. Only I could make it last a little bit longer. Oh, I was looking for that.
Only 11. watch a house looks like. I mean, it's huge. That's the kind of money Bill has, okay? And Bill, I'd like
At least you saved me the bullets.
until he came back into the public eye in 2003.
That would hurt my ears. I will not warn you.
At least you saved me the bullets.
And in her 19, she did start to pursue a career in acting and also modeling. And throughout the 80s, she had numerous roles in TV shows. She also appeared in quite a few movies in supporting roles. And although she wasn't under the actress,
That would hurt my ears.
even though she was and that should be never taken away. She also starred in a number of sci-fi films in the 80s, and she became a favorite at comic book conventions. She would spend a lot of time with her fans and autographs. She also dedicated a lot of her time to volunteer work, where she would support those with HIV and AIDS residents in Tucson. And this was in the 80s, where there was
It's all this noise.
Lana dedicated a lot of her time publicly to help those affected. And as Lana did enter her 30s, it did become harder for her to find work. And it was in 2003 that she did take a heart
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
and unfortunately it was this job where she met Bill.
I will not warn you.
She was told to come back to her.
That would hurt my ears.
Lana spent the whole evening at the table.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Emergency!
And I don't know the exact reason why Lana left with Bill that night. No one really knows. But I have since
Be eradicated.
because of who Bill Spector was and his connections in the entertainment industry. And Bill told Lana about who he was and all of his connections and how he was and how he could help Lana get back into the entertainment industry. Those speculations so Lana and Bill
I don't just laugh in the face of adversity.
When Lana arrived at the castle, Lana tells the driver, I'm only staying for one week. Basically telling the driver, like, I'm not going to be too long, wait there and take me home after. So Lana and Bill are in the house for about an hour. The driver is still waiting outside. And then, as the driver
The hunt is on.
he suddenly hears the gunshot. And the gunshot comes from after Bill comes to
I hear you, and I know who you are.
Because you have a lady on the floor, and you have a gun in his hand. Okay, stay on the line.
So the police arrive quite quickly. They go into the castle and they find Lana's body in one of the chairs in the house. She has a single gunshot wound to the mouth and she is very sadly pronounced dead at the scene. Bill starts telling the police that Lana actually shot herself and that he had been when he was at the police station, he was stumbling around, so he was really drunk. I don't know, maybe he was drunk either. But obviously Phil told the driver that he thinks that he shot her, and obviously the driver did tell the driver from the background. He was like,
At least you saved me the bullets.
I think this all this noise.
Actually, has been done. Actually, about it. He starts saying like how dare she shoot herself in my home.
Leave me alone! I will not warn you!
At least you saved me the bullets.
I refuse to submit! In future without bullets, it's not a future I wish to see. One day they will tell stories of my bravery. tell stories of my bravery.
I did not have anything to do with her death. She may have accidentally taken it. She may have purposely taken it. She may have been dancing. She may have been it. I don't know why, when, how, or where, but she may have taken it.
I must find myself a more advantageous position once the battle.
That's what trials involving celebrities do. They feel definitely trials are live on TV every day.
This is not my destiny!
Outfits and each day wore a different wig. Remember that Bill was in that car accident? Ever since that car accident, Bill has worn wigs. I don't know if you know the pictures that you can in whatever way, but since that accident, he did wear wigs. It's like if you Google Phil Spector, loads of images come up of the trial, and he looks like a completely different person in all of these images. He changes up his image so much. He was in the spotlight. This was his stage, and he definitely took this opportunity to be like, this is the Phil Spector show. And eventually, the judge will you're gonna need to pick one wig. Because the whole thing had just become a joke. The whole thing had just become about Phil Spector and what his outfit was, and what his outfit was. When it shouldn't be about the guy that's like us.
Billy Valentine, thanks so much for joining us tonight. You know, never has there ever been a defendant in the South of Murder. Everyone is thinking this.
Let's see you try!
And this really infuriates me. Don't worry, we're going to revisit how we and I thought another common trait of celebrity is that they glory in the hell of a lot of hiring all of these expensive lawyers, and some of them were even the same defense lawyers that O.J. Simpson had, such as Robert Shapiro and Michael Barden. That was the defense, and the prosecution tried to paint out his erratic, volatile, and aggressive behavior. They obviously talked about the fact that he would often pull out guns on people, threaten them, and the prosecution also did bring out Ronnie as a character witness as well. So obviously, if anyone knows what he's really like,
I don't just laugh in the face of adversity. I kill it.
They found blood on item plates that he belonged to Phil, and the blood like a right had been cleaned. Suspicious of the way that
Do you actually believe you can simply surround the door?
and they demonstrated that Phil was the one that shot Lana, not that she had shot herself. It was also found that the gun had been white, and there was no fingerprints on the gun. I'm sorry, it's like, why would you use white gun? Lana literally had shot herself.
I think it was all this noise. That one hurt my ears. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
In terms of why would Lana use Bill's gun to shoot herself? How would she even know he had a gun? How would she know where he kept it? I mean, obviously it could be possible that Bill took his gun out and started waving it around and threatening her, and that's how she knew. But yeah, that's a stretch. But more than anything, I mean, the defense literally have no evidence to prove that Lana shot herself. But it just doesn't make sense. Lana had never met Bill before this night. Why would she go back to his home, spend an hour there, and then decide to shoot herself in a stranger's home?
I will not warn you.
Why would she do that? All of Lana's friends and family said that she was not suffering from depression.
That one hurt my ears.
There were some friends of
At least you saved me some bullets.
suicidal, and she was suicidal. But it's no surprise that these character witnesses told me this. So it's like, yeah, we're not
Many things are going instant. Too many.
There's so much evidence to point to the fact that Bill is guilty of this murder. However, the jury couldn't fully decide, okay, the jury couldn't come to a majority. And one of the jurors said that you have enough evidence to prove that Bill is guilty. I mean, I suppose I would agree with you there. I suppose in this case, it's just
I will not warn you! Guess my explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the face. Here we go again.
And on the 29th of May 2009, Bill spent he was given 19 years to reunite. And whilst Bill was representing was
Will pay the price for your innocence.
and when he died,
I think with all this noise.
in the news, obviously to report his death, but also to reflect on life after his death. And I've got to say, the media coverage, because I did watch quite a few clips when I was doing my research for this video, it made me feel so uncomfortable. A lot of the coverage seemed to celebrate his life and celebrate all of his achievements and the impact that he had on the music industry. It was like he was just any other celebrity who has died. In a lot of the media coverage of his death, they did mention the murder of... Hi everyone, welcome back to my channel. So today we're actually going to be covering
With all this noise. I will not warn you.
The way of living is so different. So the case of Sylvester definitely shocking now, but back then
It's nothing so futile as futility itself.
I think what made this case so shocking was
At least you saved me the bullets. That one hurt my ears. Screams, the incessant screams, they grow ever louder. Guess my explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
But he does have it's thought that she was born in 1849. They didn't really keep very accurate records of when people were born back then, so we don't know the birthday, and we think that she was born in 1849. And again, it's not clear that not much information.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Kate started from a very early age. She had a reputation for this. Kate herself claimed that she married a man named John. Also claims that she had 4 children with by the age of 50. Would that be true? I mean, it could. Yeah, I mean, it could be true.
I know my future. You barely feature.
Was definitely one of those that like she just had a different life. She just lied all the time. Basically, like the character we talked about last week. Kate also claims that all 4 of her children and her husband died in a very short space of time.
I have much to do. You are merely an inconvenience. Will not stand in the way of my plans. No one
do know for sure about our records of this, that when she was 15 years old, she was sentenced to 3 years.
I must find ammo if I am to continue my work.
Larceny is just kind of another word for theft. So I'm larceny again.
Ah, that one hurt.
And after
Teensy
being
bit.
released from prison 3 years later, she does move to England. She decides that she wants a fresh start, she wants to move to England. I think she did move to England to find work. So after she was released from prison, she started to steal more things. Yes, even though she's just been released from prison for theft, she continued on to steal until she saved enough money for a boat ticket to Liverpool. And then once she arrived in Liverpool, I think she struggled to get work. I think she thought it was going to be like easy work. So she didn't get work that easily. So what did she do? She resorted back to stealing. So after only being in Liverpool for a year, she was sent back to prison and sentenced to 4 years for committing robbery. The reason of this because she realized
Someone hurt my ears!
from prison in February 1972. She is now in her early 20s. This is when she decided that she had that she reached London for job opportunities.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I will not warn you! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. At least you saved me the bullet.
It's actually really common for people to turn to crime in order to just survive. So Kate went back to something that she was pretty good at. Even though she was in prison at the time, she was pretty good at stealing. She didn't know where she got. So what Kate was doing,
This will not end well for most of them.
everything in that houses, she was using various different aliases, which is obviously her birth name. Like I said, she was really good, but she ended up getting caught. So just after her son's first birthday, she was sent back to the house and she was charged with and you're probably wondering what happened to her son? Well, apparently he was being looked after by a friend.
That one hurt my ears!
Spent a total of 18 months in prison for this £36 offence. And then literally she got released.
I think with all this noise.
And then she was sent to prison for only 30 years on half her life.
The brain-dead fool would dare to touch me! Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill.
I found out how
Scream on the road! We're not doing anything! You cannot kill this doctor so easy!
and this is thought to be because of the rise of the big cities because of the Industrial Revolution. But before this, people lived in small little villages where if you commit a crime,
I was in a more advantageous position, but the fact
but when the cities started to get bigger and bigger, because there were so many people, a lot of people did feel anonymous and they found like they could commit crime and go undetected. But like I said, this was a lot of people felt poverty and they turned to crime to rise. But the living conditions in these big cities were just so terrible at times. It was so rough. So because of this dramatic increase in crime, it was needed more prison. Now, at the beginning of the 1800s, most of the prisons were actually castles, and most of them were really bad built, they were badly run, and the conditions were so terrible and they were so small as well. So the main aim of the new prisons that were being built was make them as bad as possible, because if you make them as bad as possible, this will deter people from committing crime. They felt like they had to make the new prisons as bad as possible, because
Help is coming for you! Once again!
those people are committing crime and go back. Still think that today, but that's another story. But that is what they thought back in the 1800s. So one punishment that became really popular during this time was essentially to make prisoners do really hard labour. And this labour, it wasn't like productive, it wasn't helping anyone in the business, it was
I know my
future.
future.
Basically just making the
You
prisoners
barely
work really
feature.
hard. I found this to really, really interesting. We don't know this before we started.
You're not standing there!
Prisoners were made to walk or run on these mechanical devices. Of course, they weren't electric, they don't look anything like the treadmills that we obviously have today. And they were created to literally make the prisoners run and just think about what they've done. And they thought that if prisoners are given the time to reflect
on their crimes, on their actions, that they would be rehabilitated. Another punishment as well that was really common was something called the silence system, and it's pretty self-explanatory what that is. The prisoners were not allowed to talk to one another. They weren't allowed to talk. Even though they were surrounded by other prisoners, none of them were allowed to talk to each other. They had to stay in silence. And again, this is thought that if they're in silence, they're reflecting on their behaviour, they're reflecting on their actions, and they'll be rehabilitated. So yeah, that's your little history lesson there of what prisons were like in the 1800s. They weren't very nice places at all, and they were actually made to be as bad as they possibly could to deter people from committing crime. And this is the kind of prison that Kate was going in and out of. A lot of the time her sentences did include hard labour, where she would just have to do pointless hard tasks to reflect on her crime. But it's quite clear in the case of Kate anyway, these punishments didn't work. So it's 1879 now. Kate is around 30 years old. She has just been released from prison. And this is when she finds work with a woman called Mrs. Thomas. Now Mrs. Thomas is in her 50s. It's thought that she was probably about 54 at this point. Again, we don't know exactly her age because things aren't documented as well. But Mrs. Thomas was formerly a school teacher. She was well educated and was thought to be lower middle class. Mrs. Thomas was also twice widowed, and since the death of her second husband in 1873, she had lived alone at 2 Rhine cottages in Richmond. Now, Mrs. Thomas was described as eccentric by her neighbours, and I can't help but think, like, what would be eccentric in 1879? People think eccentric, right? I don't know, was it just something as stupid as, oh my god, she's wearing her dress 1 inch too short, or was it because she was a woman and she lived alone? But it's also thought that Mrs. Thomas was...
Emergency!
She would buy jewelry that she could afford, she would buy dresses that she could afford, she would dress to the nines all the time to give off the impression of wealth. And I feel like trying to portray wealth was very common practice. Let's just say in this time period, everyone was very concerned with this day. So everything was about it. And when I'm really proud of it, I just found like one thing that
Don't be as good as my tone.
So basically, Mrs. Thomas had a friend that knew that recommended Kate to Mrs. Thomas. Pretty much hired Kate on the spot. She didn't really ask many questions, and it was no such thing as like a background check. And by this time, she went into details on the record, but obviously Mrs. Thomas didn't know. Kate starts working for Mrs. Thomas on the 29th of January 1879, and Kate also moved into Mrs. Thomas's house. After this was private practice for her son didn't know, her son, who was on staying in the background, he had a friend that was looking after her son when he was in prison. I don't really feel like Kate had much to do with the upbringing of her son. It just seemed like she just pawned him off onto this friend, and the friend actually raised him Sarah Cruz, and not actually Kate. So yeah, it's just Kate that moves into the house. Things are bad from the beginning. Kate said that she
If only I had known how big they would grow.
She was just extremely critical of Kate's cleaning, and apparently she had a good reputation for this as well. She was a very
One
hard
day,
person to work
I
for.
really hope I get to stop. What's the
And when I
killing?
read this,
What's
I
the
got
maiming? No, I'm
Kate
just
became
kidding.
pretty resentful and hateful towards Mrs. Thomas. And I think Kate was making it pretty obvious that she didn't like Mrs. Thomas, and Mrs. Thomas picked up on this quite quickly, to the point where she was actually kind of scared of Kate. And apparently she was that scared of Kate that she had arranged for someone from her church to temporarily move in and live with her, so she wasn't on her own with Kate. And I just think if Mrs. Thomas was that scared of Kate, I'm not saying she wasn't, but it's just like if she was that scared of Kate, why wouldn't she just fire her, you know? And I don't really know who is in the wrong in this situation. I feel like they were probably both a bit difficult. So this kind of working relationship wasn't exactly sustainable, is it? So it was 28th of February, so like a month after Kate started working
I will not warn you. There are many powers, many forces still at work in this realm. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I think with all the stories. Just die already!
At least you saved me the bullets.
One day they will tell stories of my bravery.
However, Kate decided that she didn't really want to do this, and instead she just wanted to get drunk as a book. I mean, it is a lady. She
Time to break everything, I suppose.
Many things are gone in an instant. Too many.
I'm pretty much instantly Mrs. shouting at
Don't just laugh in the face of adversity. I kill it.
It will not do you any good.
She started screaming and shouting at Mrs. Thomas's house was the house, and the walls between her house and her neighbor's house were empty. So that means the neighbor was screaming and shouting. So Kate ran downstairs and Mrs. Thomas. Kate continued to struggle with Thomas.
Leave me alone!
Now, it's not actually known to Mrs. Thomas that it was just an accident and by the people and let her accident. And then after I think that Kate had to get drunk.
That one hurt my ears. I will not warn you. I think with all the stories.
And the plan that she came up with, she started
That one hurt. Teensy bit. Great rules all the time. No touching one still stands, however. Many have tried.
All of the organs and the insides, and she decided to burn all of the insides because she thought that this was the best way to get rid of them. She then realized that even though she had dismembered this whole body, it was still recognizable. Like if you put it all back together, it was very good. So she wanted to also do that.
I will not warn you.
So she filled up a copper pot.
That one hurt my ears. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I may be surrounded, but that alone will not be enough to defeat me.
First, she thought, can't let this go to waste, can we? She decided to separate it back on the water, and she put it in a glass. And she wondered what she did with the glass. She knew it was she had a trunk box thing. And now she has put all the body parts in this trunk. Not all of it, apart from the head, and one foot. And this whole dismembering and disfiguring, boiling situation took her almost 2 days. But while she was doing all of this,
I refuse to submit. You will pay the price for your insolence. We all will.
Remember, Kate has a bad case of sticky fingers. She likes to take things that are not her. And Kate realizes that
I refuse to join you in death.
But to get away with selling all of Mrs. Thomas's belongings, she realized that she had to be Mrs. Thomas to not be under suspicion. So this is what she did. She took on Mrs. Thomas's
like her
Guilty?
and she
I
starts
must cleanse myself!
she's trying to sell all of Mrs. Thomas's belongings. And Kate starts meeting various people to try and sell those belongings. She also uses this time to display stuff to buy the that she hasn't control of Mrs. Thomas's
I must cleanse
property.
myself!
So she starts by getting rid of that random foot, and she threw the foot on a nearby manure heap. I'm sure she's probably buried it in there, but she, I mean, she's used to getting that kind of dirty there, isn't she? She then moved on to getting rid of the head, which is definitely a little bit of a strange story. So like I said, Kate was meeting with various people to try and sell Mrs. Thomas's possessions. So she had a meeting with a local man and his son to try and sell off some of Mrs. Thomas's possessions.
This is not my destiny!
Good idea to take it away. So she put her head in a bag. Kind of like a handbag, on the shoe. She put her head in a bag. So Kate did the bag.
I think this all this noise. Even on the battlefield, the doctor displays his surgical precision. I will not warn you! There are many powers, many forces still at work in this realm.
But Kate hasn't got to the place, I guess. She's got to dispose of it. She took the bag with the head in it, she took it back in the book, and she left the thing on the outside, and then she goes back to the book. So none of the people really know what happened. She starts to really
Amazing to tell stories with my bravery! Ah, that one hurt my ears!
the son could carry on. So they carried her to the bridge, which goes over.
At least you saved me the
They
bullets.
said to the son that this is where you can drop the trunk now, this is not going to be afraid, but he was just Kate wasn't actually afraid, so he got her and he was going through it. So effectively, Kate had dropped the trunk, and she threw the trunk with his body in it, and then finally, oh god, this bit literally but she got rid of everything now, apart from those jars on hand. And it's rumoured that she got rid of these jars by selling them to the police. She told them to use them and said that
Scream all you want! It will not do you any good! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Will not stand in the way.
The day after she disposed of it, and it was found by, we never know well, but it was found, and it was open or something, and then it was
Repel the horde!
of animal meat that put in the trunk, but
That one hurt my ears!
so the police did figure out exactly that it was an animal, and it was because of the place the body was found
I think with all this noise.
I was really shocked when I read it. But they weren't even sure if it was how could you be not sure if it was a body?
At least you saved me the bullets.
I will not warn you! That one hurt my ears! I will not warn you!
So of course, no one made the connection of the body to Miss Thomas and therefore connected to Kate. So after about 2 weeks, while Kate was with Mrs. Thomas,
Soldier! It's you, soldier!
around 1 hour, one of the neighbours saw the body of Mrs. Thomas stolen out of the house. This was when the light went on. Kate was clearly pretending to be Mrs. Thomas. Kate realised realised that her time was up. She couldn't go back. However, she was declared back too early. And when the police were informed about Mrs. Thomas being missing and Kate pretending to be missing, they started to investigate the police. So when the police are searching Mrs. Thomas's house for any clues on where she was hid, they come across a jungle of a trunk, a mattress is found in the tent with all of the body parts. And the police put two and two together and realised that the body in the trunk is actually Mrs. Thomas. However, it is worth noting that we have to keep in mind that this time period that this is over. So when the investigation is still at the
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
And I'm sure that the trunk that Mrs. Thomas's body was in, I'm sure probably a lot of people have a trunk like that, but possibly could have a handle that matched that trunk. Obviously, we know that how to do it. I'm just saying at the time, how could they be sure? But whatever. Now I realize, okay, so Mrs. Thomas.
I don't just laugh in the face of it. I kill it.
And luckily for these days, they do settle down and she was extradited back to England to go to trial for the murder. She went on trial for the murder of Mrs. Thomas in London, and at this
This is how it always ends for your kind.
the main reason why she was so documented is because when people first heard about the missing of the body that was found in the house, people didn't even recognize it or believe the evidence. But as soon as they found out that a woman that missing the body, then everybody went crazy. Literally, the whole of London, maybe even further out than London, I don't know, but literally the whole of London was talking about it. But during the trial, they continued to plead her innocence. She actually never admitted to murder. Poor Kate actually put forward that they really didn't have that much evidence to point the finger at Kate. Then Kate tried to pin the blame onto someone else. She tried to pin the blame on a white man called John Church. John Church was one of the people that she sold some of Mrs. Thomas's furniture to. And Kate knew that by blaming the crime on a man, this would be so much more believable to the public and to the courts. And can you believe her plan actually worked? John Church was arrested for the murder of Mrs. Thomas. They did a whole investigation into John Church, but he had a solid alibi. He was innocent and he was released, I think, the next day. However, in the end, after all the evidence was heard in the trial, the jury found Kate guilty of the murder of Mrs. Thomas, even though Kate had done her very best to wriggle out of it, and she was sentenced to death. But then there is another twist. Kate actually said that she was pregnant, and this meant that she would get out of the death penalty because you weren't allowed to execute a woman, obviously, if she was pregnant. So they had to do this big investigation. However, they did this. I don't know. And remember, Kate does like to lie, so it turns out that this was a lie as well. She wasn't pregnant. She was just trying to get out of the death penalty. So during this time, it's 1879, the method of execution in England is still hanging. And normally, which I just think is crazy, but normally these hangings were done in public. But a new law had recently passed that this was not going to happen anymore, and hangings were going to be done in private. And let's just say people were outraged because this case was huge. It was a sensation, and people, weirdly, wanted to see Kate come and wanted to see what. But in the end, the execution was held out in private, and that still didn't stop the gathering outside of London.
At least you saved me the bullets.
So after July 1913,
All this noise. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
charged with murder. They did not recognize absolutely shot all the population off. And I think this was pretty customary. I think everybody wanted us to take this idea. But a lot of people were going for very high prices. This is because it was such a sensation. It was so popular. Essentially, everyone had this piece of tape.
I think there's all this noise. The brain dead fool but dead. Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill. Make it last just a little bit longer.
was when the case was discussed, and the school was sent away for analysis, and it was confirmed that this was we also figure out from the head that Mrs. Thomas actually died of cage strangulation. So that's what happened to her son. We don't know. It is rumoured that when Kate fled back to Ireland, she didn't want to send her with her, and so maybe she dropped off with some family there. I don't know what happened. And I hope you've enjoyed this case. Let me know if you want to hear more older cases, because I find it really fascinating, because the way that we make these stories is different. I actually learned so much when I was researching this case that I would not have done otherwise. Don't forget to let me know your case suggestions down below. I always want to know what's next. Let me know if you and old cases I don't know. And I'll see you in my video.
Will be futile if my weapon is empty. It's coming for you! Once again!
At least you saved me the bullets. We all will.
If my weapon is empty! Scream all you want. It will not do you any good! This can't be how my life ends!
I believe this weapon shall enact the kind of power I prefer.
How does this happen? I've been being Oh, I was looking for that. To touch me is to invite your own doom. I refuse to submit. Ah, that one hurt my ears. I will not mourn you. Ah, I think with all this noise. Fetch me their souls! The hounds will not have my flesh! The blood sacrifices will now resume. Do you actually believe you can simply surround the doctor? I know my future. You bear the future. Will not stand in the way of my plan. No one will. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Here is the ammo. That one hurt my ears. Leave me alone! My time is precious. You are not. I will not warn you. I have more important things to do than be surrounded. One day they will tell stories of my bravery. Break rules all the time. The no touching one still stands, however. I would do it for free. All of it.
At least you saved me the bullets.
That one hurt my ears. I might get a more advantageous position on the battlefield. with all this noise? I know how it feels to be punched in the face. I've had a lot of experience. In the face of adversity, I kill it. Yeah. Now we shall kill them with many holes. Bullet holes. Did you think I...
The prison cells lead us to an old graveyard where we can see a cargo truck has crashed through a wall. As we walk through the graveyard, the cargo truck explodes, attracting nearby zombies and also waking some from their graves. Creepy. Escaping the graveyard, we find ourselves in a large courtyard where we get attacked from above by gunfire.
Libby, don't shoot. Who are you? I'm coming over. Shut up. One wrong move and I'll shoot. What is this? Here. Hey, wait up.
I will not warn you!
I'm just gonna say it now. Every time I play this game, I forget that it sounds like a pirate in a video game character. I have a hard time taking it seriously. Anyway, this mysterious Steve is acting kind of suspicious, so we choose to follow after him. This is where the first part of the game opens up, and it's awesome. We have to find the means of opening the courtyard's gate to escape the prison. To open the gate, we need to find an eagle crest. Exploring the prison area, we run into a bunch of zombies in cramped hallways, swiftly moving right past them, and taking out the ones that are hard to get by. We also find our first dual-wielded pistol weapon. I like to say these as we go deeper into the prison, we find the security office, which houses a metal detector. This area is full of items to follow the rest of shopping all of your material items. This is discard all of your items. The main hallway is filled with windows, and zombies moving on them. Yeah, you know where this is going. Let's get to the other side of the hall, into the security office proper, and we run into Steve again. He's working through someone's file on a computer. We spread through stuff. Steve tells Claire that her brother is being murdered and pursued by umbrella. Claire believes that the computer is about to video and tells him to return a vacation. This sends us info to Chris. Steve has a physical everyone knows this and storms out the room.
Do you actually believe you can simply surround the daughter?
I know.
After Steve leaves us behind, we find the eagle crest and we need to progress. There's only one problem. We can't bring it for the metal detector. After searching the office and the 3D scanning device that can detect objects using a special alloy that was supposed to fit the target.
The daughter! It's sealed
We try
short!
to leave the office, the zombies break through the hallway windows, and we have to quickly get past them and retrieve our equipment. This is such a great moment. I love it. Getting back to the prison gate, we use the crest and find ourselves on a massive bridge. Crossing the bridge and taking the stairs leads us to a crossway. One path goes to the idol's training facility, and the other brings us to a very aristocratic-looking palace. We choose the palace trail first. Exploring the palace rooms, we find a bunch of locked doors that need specific key items. One door in particular has an indentation of 2 guns. We happen to find these guns in one of the palace rooms, along with a very creepy video of 2 children ripping the wings off of the dragon. Kids see the children
Scream on Lord! It will not do you any good! That one hurt my ears!
We see Steve suffering in that key room. After solving the problem and freeing Steve, he acts like a total jerk and runs off with the building into the security crowd.
Bullets will not last long!
Also, Robbie, we encounter a new threat.
Think with all
this noise?
I have no idea what you're babbling about. You don't
Yeah, so Alfred's Witchword is another concept of after the interaction, we'll take a different path outside, but use it to perform when we use the steering wheel we found earlier. Using the wheel reveals the secrets of the leader pieces to within an airplane. Here we find a silver key card and a plane that we potentially use to escape the island. But the default time will not using the leader path. Since there isn't a
Explosion, it's so...
back to that original branching path we found earlier and enter the military training facility. As soon as we step through the doors of the facility, the ground begins to tremble, and we're attacked by a giant worm, very similar to RE3. Since we're very ill-equipped to take this thing on now, we run past it and enter the facility. While exploring this building, we find some new puzzles, the bow gun, and get attacked by Alfred again. Following exploring, we find ourselves trapped in a hallway. We hear Alfred's voice.
At least you saved me the bullets. I think with all this noise.
Unfortunately, they're empty. After picking up the guns, the door we just walked through locks behind us, and we're introduced to the new monster, the terrifying Bandersnatch.
In the face of an earth, I kill it.
This particular Bandersnatch is a mini-boss, but you'll also be fighting medium versions of it throughout the entire game. It's really cool when you try to escape this thing by running down the stairs, and then it just follows you down by running down the stairs. It's scary. After defeating the monster, a nearby door unlocks, and as we walk through it, another Bandersnatch pops up.
You just pay the price for your innocence.
AKA the most animated thing you've ever done.
I may be strong, but that alone will not be enough to defeat me. Guilty! Must cleanse myself! That one hurt my ears!
Once Steve collects himself, he turns around to find a zombie slowly.
Repel the horde! At least you saved me the bullets.
I realize this is supposed to be a very emotionally hard-hitting moment, but guys, I just can't take Steve seriously. His voice acting. Steve explains all about why he's here on the island. His father works for Umbrella and was leaking information about what they're doing. Steve's father was caught and his family was sent to this island as punishment for crossing a line. His backstory is tragic. It's just a shame that his book performance kind of takes any seriousness out of what happened to him. Claire looks so happy to know that his father. Suddenly the garage gets a lot of busy work in the middle. They spend their time in medicine we give to Rodrigo back in prison. Rodrigo gives Claire a love gift in exchange for the game, giving us his bones from the
I refuse to submit!
Now that we have the golden loopers, we go back to the palace to unlock the door. But before we can do that,
Greetings. You must be the lovely Claire Redfield. Let's just say
I will not warn you! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
I despise Chris.
What are you gonna do to him?
This is not my destiny! The brain-dead fool would dare to touch me! Oh, yes, I suppose this a bit. Once again!
I love this part, it's so cool. The old-timey bridge and shadowy Gothic manor on top of the hill give me RE1 and like Castlevania vibes. Such a cool and awesome visual. At the start of the video, I mentioned how the CP has some pretty memorable areas, and the private residence is definitely one of them. I love this place. It feels like we've gone back in time, and the giant creepy doll hanging from the ceiling is beautiful. Once we reach the second floor of the manor, we overhear two people talking to one another.
Why is this taking so long?
Apologies, Alexia.
The incessant screams, they grow ever louder! Ah, that one hurt my ears!
At least you saved me the bullets.
With all this noise! I like to watch it burn. I know it's not funny, but it's funny.
After sneaking around for a bit, we find a key to the locked door back in the palace. Once we leave the residence, we return to all of the previously visited areas on the island and solve a bunch of puzzles that net us key items, and one of the crests to the escape plan. Eventually, we head back to the private residence to search for the final crest. Exploring Alexia and Alfred's room again, we're confronted by Alexia herself.
Time to mow down the
After
horde
exchanging a few
indeed.
words, she begins firing. As Claire drops to the ground, Steve shows up and fires at Alexia, bringing her to chase after her.
Not stand in the way. No! This will not end.
Alfred's been playing around with this the whole time.
Easy bit.
It's time to get to the escape plane and leave this horrifying place behind. Steve and Claire notice the plane and the airplane's flight is blocking the plane's path. Grabbing the control lever, Claire makes her way to the control panel and successfully moves the bridge out of the plane's way. Now that the plane we take a different path to the back of the plane, so we use the elevator to get back to the residence courtyard. As Claire rides the airplane, we see Alfred and Steve trying to escape from the Uh-oh. As Claire tries to get back to the airport, he's intercepted by the tyrant. Guys, this dog isn't very good. This is his first phase, and all he does is just walk straight at you. You can't run past him, you don't have to down him the firearm damage, and he takes a while. You don't down the attack him, and you don't fire at him for this time. This is what the final one's going to do. You don't keep the job down as quickly. Once you get past the tyrant and make it back to the plane, Steve and Claire finally take off. While airborne, the plane shakes and the cargo hatch opens by itself. Let's go check it out. So this is the tyrant's second boss fight. Everyone who I've ever spoken to about this saga always brings up this boss fight for either being unfair or ending the game overall.
One day is to tell stories of my bravery.
So many people get to this boss and realize they don't have enough ammo to take him down. A lot of people also play this game only using one save slot, and if you're unprepared when this happens, you won't be able to start from an earlier checkpoint, resulting in having to restart the game completely. I've met people who have quit playing the game for good because of this boss. They just couldn't figure it out because they didn't want to restart the game. On my very first playthrough, back when the game came out, I ran out of ammo during this fight and had to rely on my knife to get me through. It took me so many tries, but eventually, on one of my attempts, I did enough damage to finally defeat him. This is something that could totally happen in other RE games that came before CP. The problem with the knife-only scenario in this game is that a lot of people forget to even pick up the knife from the table at the start of the game, leaving you completely defenseless if you run out of ammo, ruining your save file permanently. This is why it's really important to start the player off with the knife in their inventory instead of it being a pickup, because then you're literally forced to put the knife away in your item box so you can retrieve it later if you need to. The first 3 games always started you off with a knife, so this was never a problem in those games. If you're going into CV for the first time, I highly recommend making a safety save before you're confronted by Alexia. That'll give you a lot of time to prepare for this battle. Saving the duels and guns for the tyrant fights helps a lot too. In all honesty, the boss isn't too difficult if you're going to play. Keeping your distance, but also keeping an eye on Tyrant's movement speed is very important. Once you do enough damage and Tyrant begins to slow down, you use your cargo track to hit Tyrant out of the plane, sending a punk off sky high.
I refuse to submit!
Steve tells her that the plane has switched to autopilot. Turns out Alfred is following the phone and tracking our home. He also switches out course to somewhere in the
Be surrounded.
This creature was the father of Alfred and Alexia. This boss fight is great. Nosferatu was about to explain and
Nothing so pure as futility itself.
fighting on. This long, poisonous action is almost impossible to avoid. It actually leads to a technique side quest later. Overall, he's pretty tough, but very defensive. Still probably taking some value. Also,
The daughter! It's sail short!
system working very well.
Rituals all the time. The touching one still stands, however.
All around in front of the giant capsule. The capsule has a journey revealing the real Alexia. As this is happening, Sarah and Steve escape and interrupted by giant tentacles taking their silk over. Even though once we were very impressive. Meanwhile, back on Rockford Island, the greatest
Scream all you want. It will not do you any good.
Switching to this week's on underground levels of tunnels. We run into Rodrigo. He's surprisingly still alive. Chris asks the wounded soldier if he's seen Claire. He says Rodrigo is about to answer. The giant worm that we left alive at the beginning of the game shows up and swallows Rodrigo whole. Chris runs after the giant monster, and we fight it in a pretty easy boss battle. The words take out Rodrigo, and with his dying words, he gives Chris the light of a super interesting thing about him.
One day they will tell stories that break bravery.
Visible by Chris at this point in the game. It's reminiscent of the zapping system from RE2. It's cool having the ability to share items like this between characters, but it can also mess up later on. When you need a particular weapon for a boss battle, or another character has it in their inventory, you'll see what I mean. As Chris, we had to play through a destroyed version of Rockford Island. Honestly, guys, I've played Code Veronica like 5 times throughout my life, and every time I play it, I forget about this part. And I think for a reason. The destroyed training facility is pretty big. It's the easiest part of the game.
To taunt me is to invite your own doom.
That all of the rooms are very gray looking, and you can travel between each floor using this elevator. This terrible, terrible elevator. All of this makes it super hard to put a mental up in this place. While I appreciate the devs making sure it was very different from the first visit, not much happens here story-wise, and you get to see everything you did first time, but in a different order and with new monsters. By the way, the hunters are back. Keep your shotgun close at hand. After doing a lot of busy work, Chris is joined by Wesker. Wesker tells Chris about his plans and shows off his new abilities. After getting pummeled by your former boss, you find a jet airplane and take off to the Antarctic base. See, the only important thing that happens here is meeting Wesker. The whole area could have been up in the game. There's even a boss fight that you can entirely skip
Arms
by.
of hell!
Yeah, for one area, I don't like this area. In the second part, we have the base. Deeper into the base, we discover something super magic. Now, this room, we have a find her a serum, just like when Chris got poisoned back in the Spencer mansion, and Rebecca had to get him a serum. It's all coming full circle. Once we heal Claire, Alexia shows up taunting our two heroes. The two decide to chase after Alexia, but are separated by a massive tentacle bursting through the
One
wall.
day,
Chris falls
I
back into the
really
lobby
hope
and
I get to
Steve
stop
standing off
what's
the
the killing,
Chris stays in the
what's the
main hall, and Claire
maiming.
goes after Steve. We can switch back to Claire,
No, I'm
and
just
I
kidding.
have to say, this part really sucks. After gearing up with the item box, we find ourselves in a prison cell block. There's a really bizarre puzzle where we have to crank this cannon down, and then a crystal ball falls out of its barrel with a key card inside of it. If that wasn't weird enough, as soon as this happens, a giant stone crushing device falls down right next to Claire. You have to quickly run underneath this death trap, grab the crystal ball, then slowly walk under the thing that's about to crush you, put the ball down, and then retrieve the key card right after. This is a lot harder than it sounds, and you'll probably die here a bunch of times too.
I know my future. You barely feature.
This has to be some sick joke in the best part. Like, what the hell? When you die here, you thankfully get a checkpoint. The bad part about this is that you have to gear up again.
Do you actually believe you can simply surround the door? Yes, by exploring, it's so much worse than getting shot in the head.
By the way, that would be even worse because right after you successfully get the key card,
I will not warn you.
it's almost like death go right around the
At
corner.
least you saved me the bullets.
Down to a wall by a giant battle axe. There are certain things
I think there's all this noise. I don't just laugh in the face of a I kill it. That one hurt my ears.
The worst part about this is when you die, you're sent back to the item box room before the crystal ball puzzle. So bad.
I will not warn you.
I don't understand why the game is cutting this timeline right. Like, let me gear up, get the key card, and then come back here and say no. This wouldn't fix this speed bug, but it would at least make this whole later puzzle and running section a lot more bearable. You can actually know where to go back on it, go back on it, and that's more time thanks to someone who's played this game over and over again throughout the years. There's also discovered a way to glitch out Mr. Steve's pathway to
Google it, life has two parted.
This insanely risky strategy will get you through this apart unscathed, but I wouldn't recommend it. Instead, as soon as you get close, feel immediately. After running through Steve, a giant tentacle wrapped around Phil, but once the Steve comes to his sensor...
At least you saved me the bullets.
Time to break everything, I suppose. One day it will all be over. You, today, that's all.
Alexia instantly transforms and begins to throw down with Wesker. Alexia sprays flammable blood everywhere and shoots up into a wall of flames, which Wesker dodges as he pulls off some sick wall running that leads into the most badass flaming face punch I've ever seen. So good. As soon as it's moved in, Alexia is a face. Wesker needs to follow
That hurt my ears.
Alexia uses the violence flow below to sort of wall of flame around the fire. Yeah, it's really good. It's like magic. You have to carefully think about your positioning and
At least you saved me the bullets.
If Alexia gets too close, she'll run back later. Because you try to sprint her is right at the beginning of the battle. So it's not a significant loss of progress if you miss. Alexia also isn't that smart.
I will not warn you!
She'll go down from quick. I like this boss fight a lot. It's one of the few very well designed fights in the entire game. After getting down the field, has a few more progress as Claire traps behind a heavy door. You break it open, and Claire tells Chris that all of the base's doors will unlock once the self-destruct sequence happens. Getting past the cell block and entering the base's reactor
That one hurt my ears! Break rules all the time! The watching one still stands, however. I think this all this noise. Greed often encourages me to take risks. It's a bad trait, I know.
Instead, that we were the bug monsters that follow you every move and constantly hit you with their own tiny tentacles. And finally, if all of that wasn't bad enough, she has projectile attacks that can poison. By the way, all of this is thrown at you at the same time.
Stand in the way of my plan. No one! The arranged fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you said
from games 1 through 3 are well designed and just really cool to fight against. Like, there was a high level of triumph in overcoming those
want me to invite you on to
so you don't have to travel too far to get back into it. The best way to kill it is to use flame weapons, or if you have the special machine guns. Both of these options take care of like the first form and the second. So before you use the elementary system, just mentioned in the item box for kids, or else you'll have a harder time with it. If you're stuck in this fight without those weapons, you can also explain combinations by standing in this very specific spot.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
If you look at the Death's Process battle up into 3 parts, while dropping Alexia's HP, it'd be much better.
Leave me alone! Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. That's futility itself!
At the same time, the energy weapon finishes charging. You grab it and put stop to Alexia once and for all.
At least you saved me the bullets.
After these fight, head back down to the cell block where you see Wesker pursuing Claire.
Silence their screams!
Wesker lets Claire go, and she goes to get the jet to move in on, ready for lifting. What follows is the most fantastic beatdown I've ever seen. Wesker absolutely wrecks Chris in this fight.
Look at the power I gave.
As Wesker delivers delivers the finishing strike, Chris quickly moves out of the way and hits a lever that releases steel beams that land on top of Wesker. Obviously, this doesn't work, and Wesker emerges unharmed. Since the building is exploding, the wall next to Wesker blows up, and he's hit with flames that leave a sick burn on his beautiful face. Chris takes this opportunity to run, and finally, gets his burn with but after my recent playthrough, I have to be honest, a lot of code design is I love everything about the beginning of this game. There's escape from the prison and moving to the gothic environment of the Ashford Manor, visits the Resident Evil world so perfectly, and explored additions to the world. Unfortunately, a lot of what happens after the initial story falls a bit hard. I didn't know every small thing about the game's level design, but there are definitely some pretty strange considerations that don't make sense. Like having a small color neutral that stand around on some even things that I've heard almost everyone complain about for years. All of the backtracking in Chris's scenario feels like heavy padding. I cut out a lot of stuff from my story retelling because if I talked about every puzzle in this game, this video would be much longer than it is. A lot of the bosses feel rushed as well, especially the final one, and that sucks because like I said earlier, all the previous RE final bosses are just great. Another thing that CV is lacking is replayability. There isn't much to experience outside of the endless playthrough of Code. This game doesn't feature alternate endings or something like the live selection or branching path system from RE3. Once you finish the game, you've pretty much seen everything there is. You will of course be unlocking an extra battle game mode, which interestingly enough can be played in first person view thanks to the fully 3D game world Code Veronica uses. It's like Mikami's original vision for RE1. The battle game is pretty fun. You get to choose 3 characters from the start, and you'll be unlocking some bonuses like costumes, super weapons, and another character. So this is a nice addition that gives you some replay value, but I would have loved to see some more unlockables added to the main game. It's just a little underwhelming. One thing I won't be concerned about is the game story. I know a lot of people criticize the character.
That could hurt my ears.
In some cases, I would agree with
In future, Mr. Bullets, it's not a few times.
Much like RE2 and 3 did. Most of the voice actors do a great job. Allison Porter prizes her role as
The doctor prescribed rapid fire death!
voice acting is awful, and I think he sucked off his ability in this situation. Especially since voice acting for Rob is so much more serious and relatable. Steve feels like an entertaining place in the world of Alfred Ashton is pretty nice to work with Steve, but I love how he just plays character on the show. It makes the first performance seem so great. And of course, it's still pretty funny to hear him play creepy villain Mark too. By the way, I've never noticed that before, but the Ashfords totally feel like a reference to Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho. Seriously, some of the imagery and the overall idea behind these characters feels very inspired by that film. The part where Mary overhearing Alfred and Alexia talking to each other is straight up the scene where Marion is
I have more important things to do. Let me surround.
rescuing each other from this crazy situation we've been put in. Claire actually accomplished her mission from RE2. If it wasn't apparent by now, I have very mixed feelings on Code Veronica. I love a lot of what this game does, but I also dislike a great deal of what it does too. The regular enemy encounters provide a nice healthy challenge to RE fans and survival their best, but almost every major boss fight in the game is either underwhelming or just flat out unbalanced. I know this is a somewhat negative picture of Code Veronica throughout this video, but I have to say, it's no light bulb. I never seen this and the last thing I'd ever want to do would be to take that away from me. Let me make this very clear. CV is not the worst game ever made. It's not even the worst RE game ever made. It has a lot of great ideas, but I think it doesn't sound really well, but it also has a bunch of negative filler and poorly designed sections that bring it down quite a bit in the gameplay department when compared to those first 3 games. When I'm not boss fighting or doing any bizarre puzzles, I feel right at home with this game, and I guess that's why I keep coming back to it every few weeks. I still recommend playing Code Veronica if you haven't already. I think it's worth picking up if you're a fan of Resident Evil and survival horror. Luckily, you can get this title on free.
I refuse to submit!
The X version is available for download on the PS Store. You can also download the graphically upgraded version CVX HD on PS3, Xbox 360, and Xbox One. Ever since its release, Code Veronica's influence and popularity throughout the years has been strong. The game has been ported to a popular console, and the second Gun Survivor spin-off game is about CV, and it's super weird seeing straight-up first-person action gameplay in Code Veronica's world. In 2009, the Nintendo Wii got Resident Evil: The Dark Side Chronicles, which includes a campaign that is a complete remake of Code Veronica, but in an on-rails shooter format. I really like that campaign, and Steve is actually good in that game.
You don't stand in the way of my
I'd love to see a Code Veronica remake in the style of the 2019 RE3 remake. Having a super serious and genuinely dark version of CV with photorealistic graphics that fixes the weird bosses and puzzles would definitely be a dream come true. Overall, Code Veronica is a game that feels like it didn't leave any of its development ideas on the cutting room floor. Whether that's a good or a bad thing is up to you to decide. At the end of the day, I'm willing to accept CV's flaws and appreciate appreciate it for what it did to the Resident Evil series, taking the first step into full 3D graphics and attempting to have a more in-depth story. This commendable series has done a fine job at making
I don't just laugh in the pavement. I kill it. Cannot kill this doctor. So easy.
I enjoyed this very mixed feelings that just comes out of kids. I don't want anyone to see my feelings out of context with this one. I like a game that has some flaws, and I think it's very fair to play people when they get better. I want to apologize for how long this video took to make. A lot of real-life stuff came over while making it. Nothing bad at all, just some time-consuming busy work. Hopefully I can return to a more consistent upload schedule after this video.
It's coming for you! Once again!
With that, I want to thank Tia Pardo for helping me with this video so well.
One day they will tell stories of my bravery.
And you should check her out. Another huge shout out to Alex Aniel, aka CVX Freak, who helped me with the dev history portion of this video. Alex is currently working on the first volume in his Resident Evil development history book series. That's right, Alex has interviewed all of the people responsible for making these classic games, like in person. I'm super excited to read the first volume, and you should be too. I'm very grateful for all of the insider info Alex was able to provide me with. So yeah. RE2 writer Nobuo Sugimura would step in to create the characters and story for Kamiya's thrilling new adventure. This title story followed brand new character Tony, a seemingly invincible man with superhuman abilities. After reviewing Kamiya's progress on this new survival horror game, Mikami thought what Kamiya was making strayed too far from the mark for what Resident Evil should be. He didn't think this stylish action game was bad, but decided maybe this should be its own series. With one RE4 concept completely rebooted as Devil May Cry, RE4 would get reworked multiple times before finally landing on an idea that would get the definitive green light from the company. With the majority of PlayStation and Sega-related titles being released, RE4's development would begin anew in 2001. At this time, one of Capcom's goals was to bring the RE franchise to its along with this exclusive idea.
Scream all you want. It will not do you any good.
Those games were Dead Eater, Beautiful Go, TM3, and the legendary gaming masterpiece, Killer 7. After the release of Resident Evil Remake, RE4 would finally show itself. In this version of the game, we'd see Leon X. Kennedy, one of the protagonists from RE2, infiltrating and investigating the ancient umbrella company. In this game, Leon did
I refuse to submit.
The progenitor virus, and as the game would progress, Leon's arm would mutate. Very intriguing, very dark, very survival horror. 1 year later, at E3 2003, another trailer was shown. This time we got lots of gameplay, distinct power, this 5-minute look into what Resident Evil 4 was capable into was nothing but breathtaking. Let's see Leon exploring the castle to get tons of supernatural elements that at first glance might seem real, but turn out to be hallucinations. Leon's castle is consumed by these absolutely chilling and relentless hookmen, a ghostly figure that stalks Leon in the castle, only taking damage from sources of light. All of this was presented from both a fixed camera perspective and an all-new combat camera system, that being over-the-shoulder aiming. For the first time ever, in a mainline Resident Evil game, your character would be able to accurately shoot a target. Wonderful color aside, you'd also get a few story details that sounded like fun.
Do not stand in the way of my plans.
A young girl.
No!
This girl would also have to find her way out of this forgotten castle. A young girl in a castle with a dog as her only line of defense sounds very cool.
Can't be on my right
Almost
hand.
in this title. This trailer, often referred to as RE 3.5, was also unfortunately scrapped. As you probably picked up by now, the last story he said was completely master into its own game, Hunting Ground, one of the favorite survival horror. So far, RE4 has been one of the most generous video games of all time, handing out ideas and creating whole games off of its discarded concepts. Sadly, it's also one of the most difficult and troubling games to make. Co-writer Kei Sugimura, Natsuhiko Kawamura, revealed that at this point in RE4, the game's project
will not be enough to defeat the
RE4's story and characters are so innovative of this kind of gameplay and presentation that is going far too long than expected. Featuring state-of-the-art graphics, multiple camera systems, those being over-the-shoulder and first-person, the vision of this title was all in one. Having learned that with half the tech team was generally burnt out on the classic Resident Evil formula, it was inevitably decided that RE4 would go in a new direction once again. Stepping into the role, Shinji Mikami was into the uncompromised veteran and video design expertise to the forefront of Resident once more. It's kind of unfortunate because Kawamura has gone on the record with being pretty upset about 3.5 never seeing the light of day. That original concept and trailer are still very popular. Tons of fans genuinely want that trailer to be a full game. So much so that multiple fan revival games have started development to try and recapture that game's vision. Now, I know this might sound crazy looking back on them, but I distinctly remember around RE0's
find myself in a more advantageous position once the battle begins.
This series was going for since 1996. I even remember in school, a lot of kids I would talk to were also done with Resident Evil gameplay. The classic RE series are all games that are right when you look back and very fun. But if you ask the average game fan what they thought about RE at the time, they will likely tell you that they wanted something new. I remember even around the Wii, people were saying similar things, which of course I never held any of those beliefs, but I was also open to as well. It's so crazy looking back on the series. I remember seeing all of that 3.5 stuff back in the day, and thinking it was the perfect evolution of the Resident Evil series at that time. But believe it or not, I wasn't really feeling all of the supernatural stuff, despite how cool it was back then. By the way, I think it's awesome now. The last time I was ever see Resident Evil 4 before eventually playing it,
One day they will tell stories of my bravery.
Cover photo of Leon. That image is just burnt into my memory for all time. It was such a monumental occasion because the game kind of disappeared for a while, and just seeing it again, I was like, oh yeah, Resident Evil 4, I can't wait to play it. So the series. On January 11, 2005, I stopped into a mom-and-pop electronics store on Fifth Avenue in Brooklyn, New York, after just getting my first paycheck for my very first real soul-crushing job, that being babysitting residents on 7th Avenue. I slapped my money down on the counter, got this here, the very same copy of Resident Evil 4, went home, started playing the game, and had my life changed forever. But before I tell you what happened next, I can't just be my regular self for Resident Evil 4. No, this is a special occasion. So let me change it to something a little more official. Ah, that's better. What, you didn't really think I was going to wear that dress for this video, did you?
We must secure more.
No, I need something to secure the ballistics. I got the threats. Whether that be creating enough distance between you and your adversary with weapon attacks, or carefully setting up an enemy animation to slip by them. In RE4 was integral puzzle, but now we can add an accidental bomb awareness.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the
It's a little
head.
bit more if it had more control over Leon's movement while shooting. It would reduce most of the challenge that comes with certain positions.
Thick resources noise.
And using screen clearing moves like shotgun, range, or melee counter, where immediate spacing and position plays a massive role in achieving skillful play. Battles are overall way more dynamic now. In a game like RE2 or Reboot, you can shoot out enemies' legs, forcing them to fall. In RE4, that kind of thing is way deeper and applies to all of the expected options. One of those options being able to fall. It's been really cool for RE4. Unlike the previous entries where your knife was treated as its own weapon, taking up inventory, now Leon's knife is permanently equipped and ready by holding down the L.
This pays the price for your
And
insolence.
snatching up an item quickly, saving ammo. When an enemy is on the ground, you can knife them instead of spending ammo. Like I mentioned before, Leon also has a variety of context-sensitive melee counters. After he stuns an enemy, the roundhouse kick is incredible. Almost everything around Leon, sending whatever almost always caught one.
I will not warn you. At least you saved me the bullets.
Something even more legendary.
My lethality is already gifted.
Never thought I'd be saying this, but taking these little breaks and suplex that you work so well. You know your arm is so strong, you get a headshot straight from the what the hell? It wouldn't just be excellent kick for RE4. The real meat of this game's battle is the first firearms. And holy crap, these guns are sick. The ultimate weapons this whole offering is huge. 5 pistols, 3 shotguns, 2 sniper rifles, 2 machine guns, and 4 special weapons. RE3 makes it better. Fun fact, RE4 has not one, not two, but 3 massive fire.
I will not
One of
warn
them
you.
I have right here. The killer Sippa. Sorry, my head hurts every time I try to say this gun's name out loud. I swear, this thing is cursed. Killer 7.
Ah, that one hurt my ears.
I've got one hell of a surprise for you.
At least you saved me the bullets.
These kinds of things. Shit. Fuck it. Every weapon has a plethora of upgrades that really change up how they function. Damage output, rate of fire, reload speed, the amount of rounds a weapon holds, and a special exclusive upgrade that grants specific guns a super ability. This makes you feel stronger as you progress, but also adds an identity to each and every firearm. The upgrade system rewards your loyalty to particular guns. You can totally swap out to new pieces as you get through the story, but if you choose to settle down with Leon's starting handgun, for example, that thing will become quite the killing machine before credits roll. This is how I usually play my fresh save files in RE4, and that example is just one of many. The mine thrower gets heat-seeking mines when fully upgraded. I'm not kidding when I say by the end of this game, each piece of iron in your inventory will stand on its own and have a tangible place in combat. Functionality aside, the way Leon's tools of destruction look and sound are perfect. One of the goals when developing this game was to make the guns completely unique, but I think Capcom went full god mode when designing these beautiful knife enders. Every, and I mean every gun is memorable. It makes sense that this area of the game will get a lot of attention, because shooting is mostly what you do. All of the guns have their own fan bases. There are arguments pretty regularly about which of the 5 kills is the best. It's always red gun versus black.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
Monster of a mismatched gun is like the coolest video game pistol ever made.
It's all this
noise. That thing's laser-like sound emphasizes its unique superhero. It's so cool that they made this one that sound based on what performs in gameplay.
I will not warn you!
For real, look at the rifles reload animation.
A future without bullets is not a future
Is that not like the most satisfying thing on the planet?
Here we go again. Again!
There are different animations when you max out items.
Actually have a lot
This is
of
what I
money.
meant by
I just can't get to it right now.
Basically every situation. It runs, it guns, and it gets guns. Here's the offense like the force animation. This is good that we are actually handling the riot by the I just found this out recently. I thought it was super cool. Am I going to talk about RE4's guns all day? Yeah, but I did want to shout out my friend's channel, and their option. Nintendo Brothers is now the endorsement of that only YouTube channel, where they break down and discuss weapons from Resident Evil. Their video production value and general knowledge of firearms and what inspires the guns of Resident Evil is so much fun to see. Please check them out. Their channel is severely underrated. You won't regret it. With such amazingly crafted firearms, we can talk about the other monumental change to RE4 is the game's enemies. The very human Ganados. These people are too strong, hive mind to length enemies.
At least you saved me some bullets.
Shake off gunshots straight to the face. The Ganados are a religious community split into factions.
I think with all this noise.
I'm gonna save that for later, but yeah, the Ganados are one hell of a challenge compared to the zombies.
You will not be the last.
It's a lot of people don't really care. Like we discussed before, Ganados pose a very forward threat to Leo.
I explode so much worse than getting shot in the head.
In some of the larger battles, forcing you to be aware of their surroundings at all times. These guys can just chuck their weapons at you if they feel it. And the way they almost stagger
that one
out
hurt
the
my
layer
ears.
makes them feel smart, like they're actively trying to
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
You feel that back against the wall vibe while fighting yourself. Actually, I know. The scariest Ganados are the chainsaw wielders, Dr. Salvador and his assistant, and the Bella sisters. The way these jerks scream bloody murder right as they go for Leon's neck with their saws blasting off the decibel charts always makes my heart skip a beat. I probably should say this, but chainsaws kinda scary. Whoever invents them should be put in jail. When I was younger, I may have watched the Texas Chainsaw Massacre when I was in high school. Maybe after I came from my life, expecting some big idiot with a saw to be right behind me. When I went to the Dr. Salvador the first time and this happened, my entire world was rocked. A gruesomely detailed death scene happened to one of my favorite characters. It really shook me. Gore on the main characters has always been a thing in previous RE titles, but those games aren't as visually stunning as RE4. This sort of death scene hits really hard and it's so effective at getting you to the character. Even as a young player, I immediately understood why the guy who decided to do this, and it made me feel vulnerable as the player. Whenever combat is happening, you are in danger. At any moment, Leon can bite the dust hard. The basic villagers have to fight the punch when they land hits on Leon. Getting eviscerated isn't exclusive to them. You have to be careful too. Even though Leon's way more capable than he ever was, he's still very much a human being that can die on his path. Dr. Salvador uses character absolutely perfectly. When I first played RE4 and I saw the Leon chainsaw death scene, I remember being so overwhelmed. That's how freaked out I was by seeing Leon get decapitated. It was so fucked up. I couldn't handle it back then. It took me a while to get over my fear of chainsaws, but once I did, well, you can see what happens.
This is not my destiny.
There are tons of other enemies.
I have more important things to do.
online pictures of Leon. The village's chief, a man named Torres Mendez, seems well aware of our leading man's mission in finding Ashley. He noticed texts about Ashley being kept in an old house near the village square.
That one hurt my ears. I will not warn you.
That old house is our first stop.
What's all this noise? At least you saved me the bullets.
Boulder down behind us. Here we have
Emergency!
fast, or else. What I was ridiculous in retrospect, but gosh darn, this boulder gun was so unexpected back in the day. It plays into the idea that the villagers are on top of you at all times, being stranger in their house. Outrunning the moment, we finally made it to the old house. Now this is covered in light. At the back of the house, there's something rustling around. Maybe Ashley? This is a Louise study. The narrative of this village seems relatively normal. Before we uncover any info out of the village chief makes his grand entrance.
The big cheese. Like
Leave me alone!
After getting fully dressed, Leon
Guess my explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. At least you saved me the bullets.
Leon asked him a few questions.
The doctor! He'll see you shortly! There's nothing so futile as futility itself!
Luis is an ex-cop who clearly knows more than he's letting on. He fills Leon in on Ashley's location.
That alone will not be enough to defeat.
Before he can say anything else, a Luis Gennaro tries cleaving the two in half. Caught up in the scuffle, Luis is leaving Leon to fight. What follows are multiple very well-designed action sets. One of the most memorable is Leon's battle for the throne. This part really demonstrates how strong and fighting towards weapons are. There's a lot of variety in how you can tackle fighting these particular enemies. One for quality, tons of enemies on screen, 2 buildings to hide in, one with multiple enemies to shoot with, ladders, windows, doors. This part's got it all. It's a great taste of things to come as the world after bypassing the staff, Leon finds himself in the village chief's house. Here is the locked house around the village square. We go through a journal from the chief. His memo from the other situation. Letters end up in Roy Sadler. Must be the top dog that we saw infecting Leon earlier. Mendez doesn't get why Sadler wants to keep Leon and Luis alive, but he still trusts in his lord's better judgment. Mention of a third party infiltrating the village comes up again. Mendez seems very convinced that someone else is helping Luis and leading into the house. No one else in the congregation believes this. After reading this note, the man himself jumps Leon. Almost squeezing the light out of our hero, Leon's eyes begin to change color. Mendez tells our distressed frontman, and he carries the same blood as the villagers, and lets him go. Leon, being a stubborn go-getter, pursues the chief, but is caught off guard again. As Mendez crushes the light on poor Leon, gunshots can be heard. As the chief faces the source of the gunfire, he gets angry at our third party. A woman in a red dress, and somehow so familiar. Leon recovers and makes his way back to the village. As Leon enters the village's main house,
Do you actually believe you can simply surround the doctor?
when I first entered this room and entered this house, I felt a genuine wave of relief wash over me. This is Serenity, one of RE4's savory themes. This track is not only one of the favorite in this entire series, but it was the first moment in the series where I paused and thought to myself, oh yeah, this is Resident Evil. I used to listen to this song on my Spotify, a burnt disc that I had made of relaxation and music. I used to sit on the steps of St. Peter's Cathedral in Manhattan, New York, listening to this track. It's a very heartwarming memory for me. And every time I play RE4 and get to this particular moment, I usually think back to this song. When turns into sorry about that. I didn't mean to go down memory lane. RE4 just does that to me. As we make our way under the house of Secret Watchman, we emerge into the great
Dogs
with the village's
have returned once more.
The church is well guarded and the doors are locked. Of course, playing Resident Evil with a rock. The pathway leading outside of the village is suspended by a walkway above a large body of water. On the of the shafts on this path, we find yet another notice from the village chief. This name of the note also confirms that Ashley is in fact There's also mention of something called Del Lago being awoken in the lake. Continuing onward, we find ourselves in a massive arena of sorts,
I
where
hear
very deep
you,
growling can be heard
and I
just
know
beyond a
who you
giant set of
are.
doors. I'm sure it's nothing. Dodging another massive boulder and trekking through a swamp filled with ganados, Leon finds himself at the aforementioned lake. Peering into the water, we spot some men dumping the body of the other police officer we came into town with. The officer is gobbled up by a creature roughly the size of the Empire State Building. With no other options, Leon makes his way across the water in the ricketiest little boat I have ever seen.
One day they will tell stories of my bravery. You have paid the price for your
The monster's
insolence.
movements are so unpredictable. Or take you on a gentle ride just before going back under. If you happen to fall off the boat, you've got to mash the A button with your life to come back. Del Lago
I must
is
find
obviously
myself a more
one-shot.
advantageous position. But the battle
Fighting this guy on route. Del Lago is
dead.
way every time
It's heavy in the air.
to use our upgraded weapons against it when it's surfaced, that would offer a more enjoyable experience. It's still a fantastic boss fight regardless, and it totally plays on my fear of open bodies of water. I just wish it wasn't as on rails as it is. Defeating this Goliath, Leon begins to talk about blood.
think with all this noise.
Nearby cabin. As Leon awakens, he begins to move.
I will not mourn you.
I like this scene a lot because it's having a nightmare about transforming into whatever these villagers are. What's perfect is right after Leon's
That one hurt my ears.
the time we get an strats. These villagers are infected with the monster and has the ability to erupt out of the body and coat until nightfall. Leon quickly sends them to light, and that explains why Leon has appearance early in the day. He buys the infected person to a red, just like Leon. In this game, it's really effective. It's badly nervous that this game thing would come into Leon. It's stored in the path box of the church as well as the key to his mom. Getting back on track, we're greeted by a group of villagers unleashing that thing that was hidden behind those giant doors. Struggling to keep this creature in check, it finally appears, slaughtering the townsfolk. This monster is El Gigante, one of my favorite boss fights in Army 4. The massive ogre has so many different
I don't just laugh in the face of the
ground
earth.
slam, pick you up,
kill it.
use the environment, and full-on charge at Leon. After you've done enough damage, the giant's first hit erupts from its side. You can either shoot this thing or the shadow of the Colossus on the fast, climbing the giant and keeping your blades of a riding creature.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I know my future. You bear the future.
Taking this giant out opens the path. Seriously, Huey vanishes after this battle. Unlike Del Lago, I really love this fight because it can play out in so many different ways. Want to take the giant out in style? Have that parasite out in style. Want to play it safe? Do this guy. Want to follow out fire a freaking rocket? Lots of that, lots of fun. Making our way back to the church and
I will not mourn you. That one hurt my ears.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Eat for the horde if I don't find more ammo. How can I think with all this noise?
we make our way out of the
I will not mourn you.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head. I refuse to submit.
Will become my
That one hurt my ears.
At least you saved me the bullets.
Brain-dead fool would dare to touch me. Oh, yes, I suppose you fit the bill.
Leon and Ashley are infected with the same parasite the villagers happen to be carrying, that being the rest of us. This is an explanation of their race against the
this
Or it
noise?
take her back to Savage. Ashley's grabs and you'll have to act fast before she's lost forever.
That one hurt my ears.
Might get quite challenging, managing around health, ammo,
I will not
and
warn you.
over the years, Ashley's done quite a helplessness in combat, seeing her as, quote unquote, one of the most annoying characters in existence. Now, I'm not sure if you've noticed this yet, but I'm quite the opposite. It might be the most unpleasant opinion that I hold.
What's this noise?
But I gotta say, I don't think Ashley's that bad.
At least you saved me the bullets.
I never really had issues with her character. I just thought she was way sweet too. When I first played this game, I thought she was also really attractive, and Ashley looks like me, so I was like, man, I wish I could Ashley too. Having a problematic like neon spot protecting her. Basically what I'm trying to say is, get good scrubs. Ashley as a layer of friendship to the game's combat. Her entire escort mission falls in line with the passenger's gate. Oh, what's that? Ashley's got big ugly ears. Reneging the president's daughter? Talk about beta. Anyway, after passing through the town square one final time, Leon gets a call from Hunnigan informing him that their chopper has been shot down. With the remaining villagers surrounding him, slugging and fluttering him released.
That one hurt my ears. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
That would be replicated many more times throughout this series and in other videos. As the townsfolk back up, Luis disappears into the night. Before we can leave, we
I will not warn you. I will not warn you.
If it isn't, he'll step in personally to finish the job. There's also mention of Mendez's sight being the key out of this village. Whatever.
Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the head.
Looks like we're fighting to confront the big
That one hurt my ears. How it always ends.
Doing enough damage to the chief's spine breaks the mutated creature in half. Sometimes it swings around like a flippin' moonshot. In this form, you're not safe
Filthy.
standing still.
I must cleanse myself.
Blasting it into the stratosphere and ending the fight quickly. The TMP, despite having the admittedly kind of a fault. After finally taking out our head honcho's eyeball falls out of his head. It's a false eye. Using it on the scanner gets us out of the village. But it's here where the nightmare truly begins. With nowhere to go and the remaining bulk of villagers,
That one hurt.
ancient
Teensy bit.
Even though these walls make sleep, the people inside them are much worse than the townsfolk we've been fighting this spot. This is the second faction of Donato, the first enemy of the Donatos. The cultists are more zombie-like, controlling the order, even muttering the word brains. The cultists also have a mutation of a purposeful head-eating Prada and an acid-spitting spider. Disgusting. Getting into the castle, Leon and Ash meet up with Luis. He's brought our pair of viral-suppressing drug. Oh wait, he dropped it. Good one, Luis. I guess it's the thought that counts. Entering the castle proper, we hear sinister laughter.
My efforts will be futile if my weapon is empty.
These bullets will not last long.
Great all the time. No touching one still stands, however.
Yes, that was a demonic Napoleon cosplayer. From here on out, the game goes completely insane. Stepping into the castle leaves whatever semblance of reality at its doors. Sorry, the second villain of that title, who's also in charge of these castles. So much happens in the castle that if I were to talk about everything, we'd be here for a week. If the village was Ganado focused, the castle is definitely a bit more monster focused, as you see with these common mutations. Don't get me wrong, there are still tons of cultists with blasted style, but almost immediately we're introduced to a Hugh Jackman Wolverine wannabe who's got a parasite sucking on his back. This is a character
I have more important things to do than mess around.
This guy is basically an upright licker. Leon's self-PTSD is definitely kicking in, but back Dinosaurs are kept alive by the parasites on their back, so the goal is to get behind them and shoot that thing until its host stops moving. Any damage is beyond the contact the most attention, and then you don't want to stop moving
There's
their
a piece of the dirt. Kill it. Truly believe you can simply
powerful shots on its parasite. Picking up a quad boost, we enter Omnivore's most iconic room, Water Hall. This reduces cultists for endless replenishment. Depending on how well you've been doing up to this point in the game, this room will either do more or less, depending on the range of the buster snipers and the raptors, or the really crank this one lever while guys are attacking you, stop a few scythe-wielding psychos, boost Ashley up to 10 platform so she can pick 2 additional levers that raise platforms to escape the room, while you cover her with sniper fire and also protect yourself from cultists on the ground. It's a lot, and many players struggle big time with this level of stress. I know I used to find this room extremely tough.
I must find myself in a more advantageous position. Once the
dying
badger...
a few times and rebalancing the position and not helping you. For every data hour, Water Hall is a genius design. It's kind of like a deciding factor if you're capable enough to keep playing. It tests everything you've learned from quick combat, spacing, and managing Ashley's well-being. I love and hate this room so much. Getting past this nightmare, Ashley has a weapon, an attack, and is separated from Leon. Salazar is so crazy that he can try special style hallways that can perfectly ensnare people and take them to different rooms. Like, what kind of Cartoon Network bullshit is this? I love it. By the way, old Sal happens to Leon's personal communicator, so you'll be getting calls from him constantly for the rest of the episode. Like I said, Cartoon Network. The next step is to see Leon trudging through the dungeon of the castle. Here's the main invisible threat, the Medusa. These acid vomiting visions from hell will melt your face right now.
I must act quickly. Many barriers stand between us.
When I was younger, a stroller flew across the room. The definition of horror. It's an actual scary event surrounded by a myriad of comic castle shenanigans. This should go to show you how the castle is paced. You get an amazingly silly moment, like with Salazar's intro, and you're sneaking around Wolverine in a genuinely intense battle, then pull your hair out in Water Hall, and then are tortured mentally by invisible bugs. It's absolutely psychotic. By the way, right after that horrifying set, Leon's just swinging pendulum axes. Like, what is going on? Who built all of this? It only gets better. Back in the day, an unknown ancestor of Salazar's saw what the cult was doing around the country, indoctrinating common folk with the use of the parasite that now infects everyone in this village. This unknown royal outlawed the practice of the cult's religion, sealing away lost knowledge to seek on the castle. Fast forward to right now, one of the last members of the cult, Sadler, has somehow convinced Salazar to release the parasite and join him in his efforts of taking over the world. How can someone as old as Salazar be so into the parasite
Once again!
willingly?
I have much to do. You're merely an inconvenience.
Well,
We must secure more ammunition.
Sadler clearly gave him a superior version of the parasite that seems to have aged him up quite considerably, while keeping most of his mental faculties in check. It's really cool using this story to better this crotchety old illusionary mind. He inherited Salazar's royal family from the castle. It's pretty sad. Anyway, here's a Gatling gun. Eventually, Leon finds himself outside of the castle, and after surviving a hedge maze of death, we finally find out who the mysterious third party is and are reintroduced to a familiar face.
This is not my destiny. Nine! Emergency! I may be surrounded, but that alone will not be enough to defeat me. Many things are gone in an instant. Too many.
Ada Wong is back. It's kind of a weird reaction from Leon's part after 6 years of thinking this woman was dead. The conversation these two have makes it seem like they met before this day.
Many barriers stand between us and success.
And it's still pretty sure and happens to be over to the series. By the way, there's a shooting story special
Scream all you want.
Leah is
We're not doing
like this many spoil Ada's reveal. back in 2005, this moment was spoiled for me, and I was so confused until I saw the cutscene. So, good job, Capcom. Take back into the castle and meet up with me, as this is happening.
One day they will tell stories of my bravery.
Luis gets totally impaled by Sadler's appendage. Gross. Sadler makes off with Luis's stolen Pegasus while Luis finally lifts the curtain on who he is in his last moments.
Don't talk.
There is nothing so futile as futility itself.
After this very depressing episode. That's right, Luis said that all of that commotion was happening in the same room that Ashley was being held in. It's kind of funny. Freeing Ash from her vines and taking down a few holes starts one of the standout moments of the game for me personally. It's Ashley's time.
I refuse to
The
submit.
playable Ashley segment, what was a pretty flawless horror action adventure fest up until now, returns to being a survival horror for just a few minutes. As Ashley goes through like focused ultimacy like puzzle solving, hitting the cranks pretty hard, finding puzzle pieces, and doing a very difficult slide puzzle. Like I said, very difficult. Did she need Leo's help again? Did she do that the whole time? A small detail about them actually This just shows you how young he really was before taking in the plot. Speaking of survival horror, if you played it in the original Japanese version, the level actually uses fixed camera angles like before previous Resident Evil games. For some godforsaken reason, this was removed from the US version. I can't imagine why. Giving the original perspective was meant for an amazing contrast to the recent prep. Leon's way more experienced in combat, so having that very liberating over-the-shoulder view makes so much sense for him. He got better at his job, and so heavily as any of his fights. Putting a familiar disoriented fixed camera angles,
I refuse to join you in death.
She's not a fighter, and this design choice perfectly reflects what she's going through. Being a scared, defenseless girl stuck in a castle. Regardless of how things play out in whatever version you're playing, this incredible game is short-lived and stands in my eyes. Sorry if I was...
Don't worry about it. Come on, let's move on.
So as I mentioned before, a lot happens in the castle, so pardon me while I blitz through some of the less important stuff. Okay, Leon goes to kill off against fire-breathing dragons. Somehow he doesn't melt instantly from sitting in there. They take a literal roller coaster ride across the castle twice. They almost get sandwiched by Sal, almost stuck in a bloody hallway. A giant wooden excavator breaks through the wall. Leon shoots their heads off. Sal's mom skate Ash away. Leon fights two Gyarados by shooting the wall with a rocket, killing them both instantly. Leon finally kills Ash, but falls into a pit. Leon says this. Sal sends the actual predators to kill Leon. He freezes and blows him up. We see Sadler talking to an American sexy man somewhere on a dirty island. Leon discovers the Plagas fossils. It's very cool. Especially in Jurassic Park. Giant and an amazing boss fight where this can happen. Go on a minecart roller coaster ride from
The incessant screams!
And finally, make it to the last level of the castle section. You will not believe what happens.
I refuse to join you in death!
Spain, this little guy commissioned or maybe forced the people of this village to build not only a giant statue of himself, but a fucking robot that can move at an ungodly speed for its size. There is a Gundam in RE4. What is happening? It chases you and then falls into an abyss. What are the costs and logistics of creating this thing? Was it all worth it, seeing it fall into the infinite unknown? This moment has lived in my mind ever since 2005. I can't wrap my head around how any of this works, or how it even got here. Telephos tower of battery. The little guy is going
I don't just laugh in the face of adversity. I kill it.
Leon is like the cheekiest RE protagonist ever at this point, as he interrupts Sadler by doing this.
For a sickness that must be eradicated.
What a bastard. Poor little evil Napoleon. He didn't deserve that. Okay, maybe he did. Ascending the tower, Leon's greeting with Salazar fusing with the left-hand man. The following boss fight is really well designed, with multiple floors and with enemies clearing the room. But instead of actually fighting this thing, we choose to stomp on this tiny bug with a well-placed rocket to the face. Later, loser. As Leon gets back down to the ground floor, Ada awaits our hero. That's a business to take care of.
The screams. The incessant screams. They grow ever louder.
You know how most early RE titles borrow visuals from classic action movies like Top Gun, Rambo, or Commando? Well, the island is just Commando. Leon has to hold nothing back.
This is not my destiny.
Are the soldiers of Sadler's
One day they will tell stories of my bravery.
guns. We'll be fighting a lot of Mad Max rejects on this very disgusting island. Sadler also communicates with Leon directly, which is great because he can control fuel from her red space. After breaking through the island by attempt, Leon is in a building hosting a very makeshift looking lab. Pretty quickly we find Ashley being held in a prison cell by a security camera. Getting deeper into the lab, we come across something very dark. As soon as I entered this room and noticed the camera was really tight behind Leon,
I refuse to submit.
through a window we can see a horrifying creature laid out. Picking up a security card, a loud bang.
Who would dare to touch me? Oh, yes, I suppose you can. How does this happen? I was being careful.
This is a regenerator. The name says it all. No matter how much you damage
I must
this thing,
find
it's
myself
not
more
gonna hurt its
advantageous
limb. The lab is
position.
built
What's the
but
matter?
not everything is really good. You can find an optional
Green
thermostat.
all you want. It will not do you any good.
This scope paired with a rifle makes short work of these abominations. Eventually we find Ashton's cell, and after taking out an upgraded mini-boss version of a regenerator, we get the piece of Ashley. You will having more regenerators and taking out more souls. Finding a massive bulldozer, Ashley decides to drive this
It's
thing.
you, son.
I guess after the
Taught me is to invite your own doom.
Speaking of kidnapping, Ashley is taken away again.
efforts will be
This time
futile.
by Sadler.
If my
Using
weapon is empty.
connection with the blogger, who mind controls our leading lady, keeping Leon at bay. Just before Ashley is taken away, Leon goes
At least you saved me the worst.
What Leon recovers finds a memo written by Sadler. In it, words about the
To hold down the whole.
underestimated Leon. We've got this guy in the back there. We're almost there. With that said,
Many are tried. I'm catching sick.
Krauser, Leon's ex-partner, thought to be dead, has returned. Who is Krauser? A mystery, for now.
Leave Ashley out of this.
I will not mourn you. Death by explosion is so much worse than getting shot in the noise?
At least you saved me the bullets.
Will not stand in the way of my plans. No one.
Prolong your life. It's not like you can escape your inevitable death.
Now we gotta watch our backs for a super-powered version of Leon. What happens after this incredible knife fight is Resident Evil, the game series, for the first time ever referencing Resident Evil, the movie series. Leon has to make it through a laser touch corridor. And if you watch the first movie, you know this won't be easy.
That one hurt. It needs revenge.
Remember like an hour ago when I said Leon was just another kind of Leon? It isn't forgiving, not supposed to be. That makes sense.
They can tell stories of my bravery.
Oh yeah, I think Leon is so cool. Poor man. As we dig deeper into the fire, Leon finds a bizarre system.
Do you actually believe you can simply surround
This creature is U3, a powerful parasitic beast locked away deep underground. This boss fight might be the scariest in the entire game. Separated into different sections, you have to hit a series of switches in the section that you're currently in of this weird container to open the escape hatch to get to the next area. Your surroundings aren't the most spacious either. Once you reach the first area, the real monster shows itself. A giant flaming parasite erupts from its back. Escaping the cage and actually fighting the boss is great. Your target is the flaming monster, but this thing can burrow underground and cut Leon in half for whenever it's there. When you're able to open this creature, Leon emerges in an old forgotten room. He also manages to crouch, this time he's very shirtless, posing a challenge to
you are
Whoever stops him is the strangest, but also coolest.
Someone hurt my ears.
Is that Krauser is very resistant to bullets, but your knife does so much damage. Only in this one fight. The game doesn't have a knife fight with this legitimate
You're merely
knife.
an
Even when
inconvenience.
the game is still like, nah, get that knife out. The Krauser boss fight is the ultimate test of the game. Your knife is damage and it's attempts to avoid Krauser's bullet. Like, all throughout the game, set pieces have been going easily healing. But when you're Krauser, it's this weird and then when you finally fight him, it's a mixture of 3D and realistic game. Fantastic design that combines old and new mechanics to give you a genuine challenge. With Krauser defeated, Leon makes his way to the final lab area. Ada reveals herself once again, but Leon isn't having a good time right now. As he shows the light on Ada,
stand in the way of my plan.
Ada lets Leon know that he doesn't have much time, so the parasite takes over his life. As the two separate, Leon turns to Sadly and frees her, but Sadly shows up to stop him. Thank you. Leon and Ashley find a giant
Think for all this noise.
with help from the tile left behind by the beast. This man is seriously saving the day.
I have more important things to do than mess around.
Sadly dies.
Better try and trick this down.
Scream all you want. It will not do you any good.
Sadler's real form is kind of disappointing, unfortunately. I'm not the biggest fan of this monster. It totally sucks because the build-up to this moment is burning hot enough as a fight, but the fight ain't really doing it to me. Spider Sadler stands around with exposed eyeballs and you have to shoot in order to stun him. You can use other explosives and parts of the environment, which admittedly makes the battle feel very cinematic. I just don't really like how this fight plays out. It's cool and all, but I don't know. It doesn't really feel like some of the final bosses of the previous games. As Sadler recoils in pain, Ada shows up just as she did 6 years ago to deliver one final challenge.